umpires are out. And so are the Sunrisers opening batters.
For Lancashire Thunder is Ellie Threadgeld, and the two opening batters for Sunrisers are Grace Scrivens and Jo Gardner.
So as you heard, Jo Gardner and Grace Scrivens are opening for the Sunrisers, who won the toss this morning and elected to bat first in surprisingly cloudy, coolish conditions, given how good the weather has been recently. But at the moment, the rain has held off. There was rain about half an hour ago, but happily, things are looking rather better for us here today, as the table-topping Sunrisers take on Lancashire Thunder, who did win the corresponding fixture earlier this season, well, by quite some way, 142 runs. So certainly.
So opening the bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end is Tara Norris, and to take the first ball is Grace Scriven.
So Tara Norris will open the bowling for the Thunder. We're back, of course, to the 50 over version after a break for the Charlotte Edwards Cup. We're back to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. 6 games played earlier this season, and now we're ready to go. That's allowed to pass outside off stump, and there is no run. So a dot ball to begin life. Left arm over, and that's cut away nicely by Scrivens, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. But comforting on this occasion for Grace Scrivens to middle it. So in once again. Again, nicely pitched up, driven out to the covers, where there will be no run. A steady start here by Norris. That's short, and is there a tickle? Not everyone looked convinced by that appeal. It's more in hope than expectations. We'll just watch the replay though. And certainly Grace Scrivens had a go at the wide one. There was a noise, but neither the umpire nor I don't think the bowler were truly convinced. So that's down the leg side and will be a wide, and a very tidy start to Norris's over. Just taking a little knock with that wide down the leg side. So far she really has bowled very nicely. Cut away this time by Scrivens, and that's a nice shot, and there'll be runs, 4 of them in fact. It's the shot she was aiming for when she nearly got caught. But that was a little bit wide, it was a little bit short, and we have the first boundary of the match. Grace Scrivens providing it. She moves on to 4. The total goes on to 5. that's a nice slower delivery that Scrivens has to play very carefully indeed. Out into the leg side, there is no run, so decent first over, 5 from it, and after 1 over the score is 5 without loss.
To bowl from the Graham Gooch end, Phoebe Graham.
As we heard, Phoebe Graham will start the proceedings from the Graham Gooch end. Ends at the county ground renamed this year for 2 of the legends, Graham Gooch and Sir Alistair Cook. And that's allowed to sail down leg side, and that will be a wide first up, and that will be slightly disappointing for Graham. Phoebe Graham just didn't quite get the line right on that occasion. Taken 4 wickets so far this season at 37. That's flicked away for a single. Nicely played. And Gardner is off the mark as well. Joe Gardner. Not trying to hit the cover off the ball, just happy to get the runs ticking over. Matter of recalibrating a little after the T20 season. Bit more time to build an innings in the 50 over form of the game. And that's down the leg side again, and that will be another wide. So Phoebe Graham just struggling a little to get the length and line right at the moment. Sunrisers won't be that disappointed. And that is played very correctly. Much better delivery. Full on or around middle and off, and treated with due respect by Grace Scrivens. And that's a decent shot. She's thrown everything at that, has Grace Scrivens. It was slightly aerial, which would have kept point interested for a little while, but not for very long, because it was hit very hard and very well indeed. In fact, it was hit into the ground. So terrific effort and a terrific shot. Actually hits the fielding nets, so no one has to run too far to retrieve the ball. And that is slightly false defensive shot, but still perfectly safe as far as Grace Scrivens is concerned. Oh, and that's driven back, and a fine stop by the bowler, diving to her right. Slightly over-pitched, and Grace Scrivens latched onto it, but terrific stop in a follow-through by Phoebe Graham. Quite rightly getting the congratulations from her teammates. Tara Norris, slap of the hand. And again, that forces the defensive shot nice length and line on this occasion. And we do get to the end of the over with 3 dot balls, so good comeback on that occasion by Phoebe Norris, but still a pretty decent start as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. 2 overs bowled, 12 from it. Tara Norris will continue. Ring of fielders on the offside protecting the 1. Nicely timed, minimal foot movement into the covers, but merely looking at a defensive shot at the moment, Joe Gardner. Hasn't been in the best form with the bat in this competition yet. Oh, and that's a little bit of a waft outside off stump. It was wide, it was there to be hit. But Gardner rather missing out. Averaging just 10.7 so far, high score of 19. That's compared to a career score of just under 20, average of just under 20. Drops the hands very nicely on that one and just turns it round the corner, and they go through for an easy single and just keep 1, the scoreboard ticking around, and 2, given that Grace Scrivens is a lefty, just keeping the bowler honest as well by having to change the line of attack between the left and right-handed batters. Nicely timed by Grace Scrivens again on that occasion, but lovely piece of fielding by Emma Lamb, which means that it is a dot ball. But Grace Scrivens certainly timing the ball nicely at the moment, not always managing to pierce the ring of fielders. A couple of boundaries already to her name though. She's only dealing in boundaries at the moment. And that is clipped, but again straight to the fielder. Absolutely middled again though. And Danny Collins does the fielding on this occasion. Clipped nicely into the leg side, aerially but perfectly safely, and it's gone for 4 without really looking as if she was hitting the ball that hard particularly, but such was the timing of the shot, it's just raced away, as we can see from this replay. Ball was pitched on leg stump, but Grace Scrivens was on it so quickly, and good way to finish the over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned, because the score goes on to 17 now without loss. And we've had 3 overs. Phoebe Graham again. There's a big shout for LD, but I think there was a bit of bat involved then. Interested to see a replay, but certainly the sound would seem to suggest bat involved. Whether it came first or second, I'm not sure. See the replay now. Other questions as well. Benefit of the doubt to the batter. Well bowled, and there's a attempted drive at a ball that cut away from the batter on this occasion. Lovely delivery from Graham. Joe Gardner just struggling for timing a little at the moment. Settles down once again though. Good battle between these two. Nice delivery. Right on the stumps. Nothing Gardner could do to attack on that occasion. Happy to just play it back to the bowler. Signs we might be brightening up a little in the clouds above us. And that's a really nice shot, just a little over pitched, and Joe Gardner's on that. If her timing had been a little bit stuttering before that shot, well and truly back in the groove with that one. First boundary for Joe Gardner this morning, in the nicest possible way. Lovely cover drive. Joe Gardner, that should help settle a few nerves. Graham in once again. And that's played defensively. Again, just getting that. Oh, and then there's a bit of a muck up in the field, and they can go through for a single overthrows. And just a bit careless by Thunder on that occasion. Bonus run as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Gardner moves to 7. Scrivens will face the final ball. Just the one slip. Decent finish from Graham on that occasion, and it's played back to her. That is the end of the over. 5 runs from it, and a pretty decent start from the Sunrisers. 22 from the first 4 overs. Well, the nice thing about 50 over cricket is the bowlers can get a bit of rhythm going, not being constantly switched around as we do see in T20. Tara Norris, 3rd over of her spell. Left arm over the wicket, and that's allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. Joe Gardner not tempted on this occasion to go after that one from Tara Norris. That's nicely turned around the corner by Gardner on this occasion, and they decide one will do. There might have been a second one there, but it would have been tight. So discretion being the better part of valour, just take the one. Spotting the gaps on that occasion, Joe Gardner, and playing into them. Norris, and that's played beautifully on the back foot by Grace Scrivens. She has bisected the fielders, and that is a really, really class shot. Just rocked back and punched it through the covers for 4. Players there to stop it, but they couldn't because it was too well placed and too well punched. Lovely shot. It's another boundary for Grace Scrivens. 16 from 16 deliveries, 12 of which have been dot balls, the other 4 have been 4s. Nice delivery, but well judged by Scrivens, letting it pass outside the off stump. But a little bit of a way shape that from Tara Norris. Nice delivery, but not tempting Scrivens on this occasion. Tara Norris bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, the old river end here at the Cloud County ground. And this time punching on the back foot. Grace Scrivens can't beat the field. There is a ring of steel set by the Thunder to try and stop an obvious favourite shot of Grace Scrivens, punching it through the offside. Tara Norris. And again, this is laced by Grace Scrivens, but unfortunately for her, straight to the fielder. And Danny Collins does make no mistakes, so 5 runs from the over after 5 overs, 27 without loss. Remember, the Sunrisers won the toss and elected to bat first this morning. 10:30 start here. And that's just losing the radar a little bit, and that will be a wide down the leg side as Phoebe Graham continues. In the first over she bowled, there were a couple of wides, but she seemed to have cured that. But bonus run for the Sunrisers. Much better delivery and trust, trying to turn it round the corner on that occasion. Got herself in a bit of a tangle, Jo Gardner, but nothing bad happens as far as she's concerned. Short leg might have been interesting. Keeping the slip in. And that's a play and a miss. Definite play and a miss by Jo Gardner. Just fencing at that one. It did just do a little, moving away from the bat. Good delivery. Jo Gardner slightly cross with herself with that. Gets herself back into. Well, that's chipped up, but safely down, and in fact goes all the way for 4, as it's a bit of a misfield as well on the way by Naomi Datani. And so what started as a little bit of a chip and could have been a catch ends up 4 runs. A horrible one for Datani, just bounced right in front of her. Second boundary for Gardner. Just played into the offside. There is no run. For a moment, Gardner was thinking of had a quick single, but quite rightly thought better of it. And that's just turned into the leg side defensively. Again, Joe Gardner practices the shot afterwards. A bit more power on it. And that's a decent delivery, nicely played. Ooh, a little bit of an inside edge, but safe. So the over comes to a close. 5 runs from it again. And scoring rate a fraction over 5. 6 overs now, 32 runs. Just looking at those bowling figures. Nothing much between them. A couple of extra wides from Graham, probably the difference between the two bowlers. Interesting to see when we do see a change, but at the moment Norris and Graham have done a pretty good job. And it will be Tara Norris to continue. 4th over. Nicely pitched up, and there will be a couple. Grace Scrivens saw that there were 2 very quickly. She was running to the danger end, and they made it very comfortably in the end. Nice running. Nice clip away from Grace Scrivens. That's the first time she's had to run for any of her runs. She's only dealing in boundaries up till that point. Wondering if there's a little bit of mizzle in the air. Norris in again, and that's short, and it's clipped away, but a really nice stop. Not for the first time by Danny Collins in the covers. Ball's following around a bit from that thumping back foot shot from Grace Scrivens. Smile on the bowler's face because she knows she got away with one a bit then, thanks to her fielders. Scrivens will be slightly cross to have missed out. That will be a wide, just losing the line. Frustrating for Tara Norris. Just letting the pressure off a little. Again, it's punched away nicely off the back foot. And the rain's getting altogether harder now. I'll be interested to know how much longer the umpires feel they can stay out in this at the moment. Also, the run, Tara Norris just checking, umpire just checking follow through. Has a little quiet word in the shell light. Norris again, and that comes off a thick outside edge this time, as Grace Scrivens probably getting a little bit frustrated through kitchen sink at that one. Didn't middle it, but gets a single to 3rd man. Sophie Morris doing the fielding on that occasion. Oh, it's chipped up and it's just in front of the fielder. Just check that drive a bit, and it so nearly went to Phoebe Graham. But even diving forward, she couldn't quite reach it. It was a tough chance, but a false shot nonetheless. Played on the up and just in front, just in front. Gardner survives. Altogether more conventional shot on that occasion, and that is the end of an over. A very tidy one as well, apart from the wide. 4 runs from it. The score goes up to 36 without loss after 7. But very close to a wicket on that occasion, Tara Norris. And by the looks of things, the shower may have blown over. Well done the umpires for keeping the players out, not panicking. 1 or 2 people who were out on the top of the stand to the right of the commentary box decided they'd take a rest for a minute or 2 underneath until the rain had stopped. And it will be Phoebe Graham, at half chance at best in the last over. And just gets Grace Scrivens a bit in an tangle there. She was trying to pull a ball that didn't bounce very high at all, and very kindly does the fielding off her own batting. Graham this time possibly over pitching, and Grace Scrivens was on it so quickly. Lovely flick to leg, and she's back on the boundaries after a little bit of a break and doing some running. She's now back to getting 4 at a time. Just straying onto leg stump. Difficult for the bowlers though with this left-right batter combination. Ball eventually retrieved from in front of the pavilion. And that's a very full delivery. And the bowler was interested for a little bit, but neither the wicketkeeper or slip were. Probably heard a sound, and I think that was Grace Scrivens' bat hitting the ground as she tried to just run that one wide of the slip cordon to the empty areas. Graham gets the length and line right on that occasion, and it is punched up to mid-off. There is no run. .40 up for the Sunrisers. And it's wide, and too wide for the umpire. Certainly too wide for Grace Scrivens, who did try and get across to it, but even she couldn't reach. Have to bowl that one again. Much better delivery. Much better delivery. Cramps Grace Scrivens up, and she has to just play the survival shot. Good bowling. Scrivens resetting herself, ready to face. Flicked into the leg side, and it's between the fielders so they can go for a single. That's before even Katie Mack can sort that one out, and means Grace Scrivens steals the strike at the end of that over. Score has gone up to 42. There were 6 runs from it. Still ticking along at fraction over 5 and over. But a decent start nonetheless. Long way to go, of course, and there we have the first bowling change of the day, and we're going to see spin.
Alistair Cook and Hannah Jones.
So Hannah Jones replacing Tara Norris, who's finished her 4-over spell now. 4 overs for 19. Hannah Jones, left arm over the wicket, punched away nicely by her fellow lefty Grace Scrivens through the point region, and they go through for a single. There's someone sweeping out on the deep boundary, so there is no more than just the one. Now coming round the wicket to the right-handed Joe Gardner. Plays it very correctly back to the bowler. Just getting a sighter of the spinner before going on the attack, Joe Gardner. Given a little air that time, nice shot. Oh, and it's through the fielder. And that will be 4. Slight bonus as far as Joe Gardner is concerned. I think Phoebe Graham slightly disappointed. She didn't manage to cut that one off. Nice shot though. And this time Phoebe Graham, the ball that's not hit quite so hard, it must be said, comes to field the ball. She also has a towel tucked in to the back of her trousers so she can give it a bit of a wipe, because the outfield got a little bit wet in that shower. Given nice air, and that's punched up to mid-on, and there's a misfield. There may be 2, but never run on a misfield. But Naomi Ditani just made them think that there possibly was a second. Final ball of the over coming up. Decent stop again. Grace Scrivens is timing the ball beautifully. Well done, the fielder. End of a decent first over from Hannah Jones, but yet again there are 6 runs from it. 9 overs, 48 without loss now. 2 batters have a bit of a chat. Phoebe Graham will continue into a 5th over. She just cramps up Joe Gardner on this occasion, who has to just drop it down in front of her. No run. in again, and the check drive is up to mid-on as another little shower sweeps across the ground here. But again, the umpires are in no hurry. Oh, maybe they are this time. They're just having a word. Might decide that it's just raining a little too much. No one seems in a mad hurry to go off, but there is a conversation going on. And it's just got a little too heavy, understandably. The covers are being called for, and the players will go off, and we will have a little bit of a break here, I'm afraid. Shame, it was decent cricket, and Sunrisers going along nicely. They won the toss this morning, elected to bat. Grace Scrivens in particular has looked in excellent touch, 25 from 31. Jo Gardner probably less happy early on, but gradually getting into a stride, 17 from 25. A few wides thrown in as well just to support the cause as far as the Sunrisers are concerned, and they were going nicely at just over 5 and over. But as you can see, the covers are now being put in place. Rain is a little bit heavier, it must be said. It wasn't quite supposed to. I'm checking the forecast, it wasn't quite supposed to. I think there was a fairly low percentage chance of rain, but you wouldn't believe it looking at it at the moment. So there's the scoreboard for you. Scrivens 25 from 31. Looked in good nick from the word go. Gardner 17 from 25. 5 boundaries in that innings from Grace Scrivens already. And, well, 3 boundaries as well for Jo Gardner. So both have been hitting the ball nicely. Seen some decent fielding as well. A couple of moments of alarm for the batters, but they have survived happily. And we will be back with commentary fairly soon, but let's just go through the bowling figures. Norris 4 overs, none for 19. Thought she may have got a little edge from Grace Scrivens early on, but certainly the umpire was unconvinced, but she did bowl tidily. Phoebe Graham, a few wides early on, but also had bowled pretty nicely. But in her 5th over, the rains came down, she had to come, and we just had the 1 over of spin so far. That from Hannah Jones. There's 1 boundary from that over, but she gave the ball some air. Certainly was causing 1 or 2 issues, but we're getting ready now for something of a break as the covers continue to be placed on the pitch. It'll almost certainly stop raining now, won't it? As it is, 48 without loss. They are the Thunder bowling figures. Hopefully we'll get play underway again fairly briskly. Just under the bowling figures you can see the covers coming out to cover the bowlers' run-ups as well as main cover over the top of the wicket. Hopefully we won't be off for too long, but we will leave you with the score 48 without loss. Sunrisers going quite nicely after they were put into bat, after they won the toss and elected to bat this morning. against the Lancashire Thunder. It's getting back underway again after the rain delay here at the Cloud County Ground in Chelmsford. We now have the match reduced to 48 overs per side. And it will be the Sunrisers who won the toss when we did begin on time at 10:30 before this lengthy rain delay, who will resume in the 10th over of their innings on 48 without loss. Which means Phoebe Graham has to finish her 5th over. 4 balls scheduled to be bowled from it, from the Graham Gooch end. Umpire's happy, and we will play. Great Yorker to start things. And Joe Gardner does well to dig that out first up. But a top delivery from Phoebe Graham to get things going again. Still have the slip in place. Seren Smale. Short this time, and that's just helped round the corner. And that will be 4 runs. Well, after the full pitch delivery first time up, Graham went for the short stuff second time of asking, and it really was in the end help yourself. It sat up to be hit, and Joe Gardner did exactly that. 4 more to the total. 50 partnership comes up with that shot too. A little bit of bowler just slightly concerned with the follow through, so there's some sawdust being applied to the popping crease. Full toss, but rather surprises Joe Gardner on this occasion, who just punches it up to mid-off. It was dipping on her, so not the easiest shot to put away. Oh, and there's a bit of a waft outside off stump on this time. It was probably there to be hit, but Joe Gardner rather misses out. End of that over, finally finished after the rain break came. The final 4 deliveries have now taken place, which means that at the end of 10 overs, Sunrisers, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 52 without loss. As we look at the Sunrisers bench. Spin to continue. We just had the 1 over from Hannah Jones before the rain delay. She will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Grace Scrivens. Scrivens, as she often does, looks to punch off the back foot into the offside, but straight to the fielder. This time she flicks it into the leg side, but again there will be no run. Ball eventually making its way through to Phoebe Graham via Katie Mack. Turned round the corner by Grace Scrivens, and Joe Gardner says, yes, we'll have one, thank you. Her call going to the danger end. Throw comes in from Sophie Morris, but she can't stop the single. After the delay, she rechecks her guard, make sure she's all set up correctly. Lovely shot, nicely driven, but there is someone now as the power play has finished out on the deep long on boundary, and it's fielded by Naomi Ditani, and they can only take a single. Decent shot though from Joe Gardner, timed it nicely. Interestingly, Ditani comes up to a run-saving mid-off for Grace Scrivens, and save a run she does. We have a slight change, hence the weight. Cut backward a square, lovely shot by Scrivens. It's not going to get all the way there. And they take 2. Good throw too. Came in to keep them down to 2. Looks as if there might be 3 on offer. Just the 4 runs from that over from Hannah Jones. .56 without loss at the end of the 11th over. So Sunrisers, but as they have virtually since the start of this innings, just going along at 5 and over. And we do have a change of bowling now from the Graham Gooch end, and it will be Naomi Ditani.
Naomi Ditani.
Ellie Threlkeld, the wicket-keeper captain. And the bowler just sorting out some final field placings. A little bit of exercising just to get the arm warmed up. Ditani strays down the leg side. First ball, and that will be a wide to begin her spell. Signs that after that rain early this morning, things are finally brightening up here in Essex, which will be nice. Ditani puts that in the right place, and it's half a dab by Gardner. She does get a bat out of the way just about in time. Certainly was a tempter. Nicely bowled. That's played defensively out into the covers. Just got the 1 wicket so far in Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this year, Naomi Ditani. Played all 6 matches. This is her 7th in the competition so far this season. And that's flicked away nicely into some space on the leg side. And that will be an easy 2 for Joe Gardner as the throw comes in. Just checks the drive on this occasion. It goes up to mid-on, and Phoebe Graham does the fielding. Losing the slip now, so just the wicket-keeper near the stumps. And that's a beauty. That beats Gardner. Lovely delivery going across the right-hander. And the left armour coming over the wicket, getting the ball to just go across the right-hander. Lovely piece of bowling. There's another wide. That's played nicely. There is a third man, but Joe Gardner says no, we've got time to go through for two, which he does. He completes that rather nicely. Bit of a curate's egg of a first over from Datani. A couple of excellent deliveries, but also saw some wides. And 4 runs, so 6 runs coming from it in the end. 62 without loss now after 12. Scrivens, Gardner, Joe Gardner now just 2 runs behind Grace Scrivens. Hannah Jones to continue. Left arm at both ends, spin and seam. That's punched off the back foot up to mid-on. And that's short and outside leg stump, and Grace Scrivens is not going to miss out on those, and she doesn't. That's 4 runs from the moment almost the ball was bowled. Scrivens absolutely nailed it. Fielder had absolutely no chance. Lovely shot, but it was there to be hit. Given a little air that time, but Grace Scrivens has punched that nicely into the covers. Only be a single though. Good work from Danny Collins. Now the left arm spinner will go to round the wicket. Joe Gardner places that very nicely. Trots through for an easy single. The runs going fairly freely in this over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. 6 already. And that's punched into the covers. There's certainly one. One will do. Again, Danny Collins out on the boundary, moving in very swiftly to keep them down to just the one. And Joe Gardner drives that very nicely up to long on, where Katie Mack does the fielding. And a good over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Hannah Jones played pretty easily on that occasion. 8 runs from the over, and the score after 13 overs, 70 without loss. These two building an excellent base. Grace Scrivens 34 includes 6 fours, 4 fours for Joe Gardner in her 27. It will be Naomi Datani to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Left arm over the wicket. Nicely fielded in her follow through from that check drive from Gardner. Just goes and dabs down where the ball pitched. And that will be a wide. Just trying to a little something different with that delivery, but just didn't quite get the line right. That will be another run and another ball. That's on the money, and he's just played into the covers defensively by Joe Gardner. Well, this is tight. In the end, it was, well, they were right to go for the run, but certainly Emma Lamb will have felt she was in with a chance on that occasion. It's Joe Gardner's call. She was going to the danger end, but Emma Lamb couldn't hit the stumps with the throw. And now field changes for the left-hander. Bowl around skipper, tweaking things accordingly. And Scrivens is immediately onto that one. Fielder in the deep though comes in swiftly and puts in a good throw and keeps them down to a single. Nice piece of fielding. Grace Scrivens, who's had a pretty good competition so far. She's currently averaging 89 coming into this one. Oh, and there's a little bit of a dab outside of stump by Joe Gardner. Not for the first time in her innings, but not for the first time in her innings she gets away with it. You can see why she's interested in that shot. There is, without a slip, there is a space between wicket keeper and point to try and dab the ball. In the end turned out to be a full toss, looking for the extra length on that delivery, and it's flicked away for a single. That is the end of the over, just the 3 runs from it. So pretty tidy stuff from Tatani. Hannah Jones to continue. And that's a delivery that keeps Joe Gardner honest. Just rocking back to play it defensively back to the bowler. It's a nice shot. Should only get 1 for it though. That's Katie Mack. Comes in to keep them down to a single. Grace Scrivens drives that nicely on the up, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. Big shout for LB. Umpire uninterested, and it has to be said the appeal didn't go on for very long, but we will see the replay. Yeah, it's probably a missing leg. But certainly Grace Scrivens being kept honest. Just clips that nicely up to long on. The busy Katie Mack is there again, and the field has to change again for the right-handed batter. And there was a punch shot, and the moment she hit it, Jo Gardner wanted to run despite it. Going pretty straight, it must be said, to Phoebe Graham. But they always looked as if they were going to make it home. Just the 4 runs from that over. 77 now from 15. Run rate, as it has through most of the match, continues to sit at around 5. Titani to continue. Jo Gardner just drops the bat on the ball, plays it out into the covers, and there's an easy single. Nice tip and run cricket. Grace Scrivens has throughout this innings been looking to get a real move on. Oh, and there's a big drive, and it's a thickish outside edge, and it goes for 4. Second or third slip may have been interested, but Grace Scrivens quite rightly batting from the school that if you're going to go for it hard outside off stump, if you're going to go for it outside off stump, go for it hard outside off stump. And she gets a big thick edge, and she moves into the 40s. Down the leg side from Titani, and that should be 4 more. Just lost a line, and it was just helped round the corner by Grace Scrivens. Back-to-back boundaries. Didn't have to get a lot on it, but got enough. Just slightly loose so far. This over. Titani short of a length, and it's pulled away superbly. Oh, what a shot. Timed to perfection from Grace Scrivens. There was a fielder down there, and they couldn't get round to cut it off. Didn't seem to smash the ball, but the timing was so perfect. Lovely, lovely shot. Just watching the replay now, she steps outside off to help it round. Lovely shot. So she's raced on to 48. And that should be Grace Scrivens' 50. It's driven out, and a great stop to make sure she doesn't score a 4th successive boundary. But Grace Scrivens brings up her 50. Lovely knock. And that comes off just 48 balls. And includes 9 fours. Lovely 50. Just gets a bit cramped up on that particular shot, again trying to guide it away. But a terrific over for the Sunrisers and for Grace Scrivens. She is now sitting pretty on. I've gone early on her half century. Many apologies. 48 down. That's punched out into the covers. There is no run. Continuing Jones. That's driven on the up. She gets away with it a little bit, that, because that was the thickish outside edge. It falls safely through the covers, and it's the deep cover fielder who in the end does the fielding, but not before they trot through for another one. Grace Scrivens 50 has finally come up on the scoreboard. That's punched on the back foot, and that spits a bit up at Emma Lamb, but she wears one on the shoulder, but ensures that there are no runs scored. Cut backwards a square and a great stop. Really top stop. Seren Smale there with a lovely bit of fielding. Driven down the ground. And Katie Mack does the fielding. Go through for a single. That is the end of the over. A good damage limitation over. Just the 4 runs from it. 94 without loss. I think we're going to have a change of bowler from the Graham Gooch end. It does look that way.
To bowl from the Graham Gooch end, Phoebe Morris.
Phoebe Morris coming on. Bit of spin again. Spin at both ends then. It's just the 3 wickets so far in the competition this year. Right arm round to the left-handed Grace Scrivens. A little bit of turn possibly there. Certainly through to the wicket-keeper's gloves. Oh, and it's Boulder. And that has come as a massive surprise. She's not quite sure how she's been bowled there, Grace Scrivens, but she has to go. First wicket is down. And the decision to bring on Phoebe Morris has paid dividends for Thunder. They have their first wicket. We'll just watch that replay again. Oh, in fact, I'm doing the wicketkeeper a massive disservice. It was a stumping. Brilliant piece of keeping.
Grace Scriven was stumped off the bowling of Phoebe Morris for 51. The incoming batter is Jodie Grewcock.
Well, big wicket for both teams, that one. She was going so well for the Sunrisers, and Thunder will think that they're back in. Clever change of bowling by the skipper, who then, lovely piece of fielding behind the stumps to make sure Grace Scrivens had to go back. The first wicket falls with a score of 94. So, the new batter, Jodie Grewcock, and she plays that defensively out into the covers, and there is no run. A bit of rebuilding now as far as Sunrise is concerned. It's been just turned it to the leg side, and at the moment this is super bowling. From V. Morris. Yes, again, defensive shot as quite rightly Jodie Grewcock just gets herself set. Just plays that into the leg side, and she's off the mark now with a nice single. .150 so far in the competition this year, averaging just over 30. And a good over for Lancashire Thunder, just the one run from it, and the end of Grace Scrivens. Spin will continue at both ends with Hannah Jones. Go through for the single, nicely played. Joe Gardner still there, of course, on 34 not out from 50 deliveries. That's nicely played down the ground, but Mack is there to make sure just this one run comes from that delivery. Oh, and there's a misfield. And they can now go through for a single. Seren Smale, who has been immaculate in her fielding so far, just letting that one through, gets banished to the boundary for her trouble. And the next ball is played to exactly where she would have been. And she comes racing in from the boundary, and on the second attempt picks the ball up. Really nice throw, and they can only take a single. Just played defensively by the left-handed Grewcock. Just goes backward a square, nicely fielded by Smale. Just 4 runs from the over. Nicely bowled. 4 singles from the first 4 balls, then a couple of dot balls. Just applying a little bit of break to proceedings. Just 5 runs from the last 2 overs have slowed things down a little bit. Titani was a bit expensive in her final over, 13 runs coming from it. Unsurprisingly, it will be Morris to continue. Up on her toes, that's just played back to mid-on, nicely done. Gives that a bit of air, Phoebe Morris, and that's whacked straight back over her head for the first 6 of the match. That's a terrific effort, and that brings up the 100 for the Sunrisers. Feel a bit for the spin bowler when they give it a little bit of air like that and just see it deposited back over their head for 6. But a good shot from Gardner. This time, bowler does altogether better, and it's they decide they will go for 2, and Gardner has to really put the afterburners on, but she got there safely in the end. Gets 2 more. That's the first 6 of the match. Score goes up to 107. Think about the single, but not for very long, as Ditani moves in briskly to close down that particular avenue. Gardner now moves up to 44. Nicely bowled again. Just goes back onto the stumps and clips that away, and can take a pretty easy single. That is the end of the over. 9 runs from it. Gardner keeps the strike as she moves on to 45.
To bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end, Sophie Morris.
Well, we've had Phoebe Morris, we've now got Sophie Morris into the attack as she replaces Hannah Jones from the Sir Alistair Cook end, the former River end. More spin. Left arm round, oh, and that's too good for everybody. That's going to go for at least 2 byes, and it will just be the 2 byes. But that was too good for the batter, too good for the wicket-keeper. Well bowled. Nice first delivery. Skipper Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps looks understandably miffed by that. Nice air in that delivery, and it's clipped to mid-on, and there is no run. Very smart drive. Should be 1, but it will just be 1. Nicely fielded in the deep. Nice drive for nothing. Hit straight to Emma Lamb. That beats Lamb but doesn't beat Mack, and they can only get a single. Nice throw too, but batter was well in by the time the ball cannoned into the stumps, but that will help just probably put off the Sunrisers from taking cheeky seconds to Mack if she's going to throw the stumps down like that. Sophie Morris to continue. Short and just fetched away, but straight to the fielder in the deep, Danny Collins. It'll only be the one. Gets away with the drag down off the last ball of the over. Pretty decent over. 4 runs from it. Five in the end from it. Only 3 off the bat though. This is by some way Jo Gardner's best innings in this competition so far. I've actually doubled the amount of runs she'd scored in it. Up until now she'd scored 32 in the 6 matches. High score of 19. That's helped round the corner, but straight to the fielder on the 45. In at that short fine leg position, and Gardner remains on 47. Nice delivery. Just a little bit of width. Good hand stuck out though to take the pace off the ball by Hannah Jones, but they will get back for a couple. Just drag down a little that delivery. Gardner moves on to 49. And that's just helped round the corner, and that should be Jo Gardner's 50. Got 2, they're going to get 3. Dragged in from the 4, and Jo Gardner has her. Oh no, it's leg buys. It's leg buys, so we'll have to wait. The crowd in the pavilion were getting a little overexcited there, as indeed was I. Nicely picked, but driven straight back to the bowler. Phoebe Morris does the fielding. Nicely flicked off her toes on this occasion. And that will be a single to Grucock, who will steal the strike from the unfortunate Jo Gardner, who will be on 49 still. 5 runs from that over. 118 now for 1 after 22. Sorry, 100. $119. Sophie Morris to continue. And that will be Joe Gardner's 50. That's a good shot. It does bisect the field. It will be dragged in before it reaches the boundary. They take a couple. Joe Gardner's 50 coming off 67 deliveries, 4 4s and 1 6. Played nice with nice soft hands. Good finish to the over then from Sophie Morris. Morris is at both ends at the moment, 4 runs from that, including the one that brought Joe Gardner her 50. 123 for one after 23 overs. Match has now been reduced to 48 overs per side, so one more will be halfway through the Sunrisers innings. Nice shot, but only for the one. Jodie Grucott. Helped into the leg side, and they go through for a quick single. Nicely taken. Oh, I think there was a little edge. It's gone for 4. Interesting to see what the umpire says. He says 4. It would have been a tough take for the wicket keeper. There was a little edge, just watching the replay. Yeah, no chance for the keeper, having seen that again. But very welcome 4 runs off a big outside edge for Joe Gardner. Oh dear. It's just chipped round the corner, but luckily for the batter there is no fielder near it. It did stay in the air for a while. Yeah, just almost a leading edge around the corner, but she survives. It's a much better shot. And they take the single. Good over that from Phoebe Morris, found the edge, squared up the batter. No wickets though, and 6 more runs. So we're halfway through the Sunrisers innings now. They won the toss, elected to bat, and at the halfway mark, going nicely, 129 for 1. So plenty of wickets in hand. We're going to have a little bit of a drinks break now, understandably, because the temperature is going up quite a lot. There's Abtahar Maqsood runs out with the drinks. Apologies for the radio silence there. We're back. And 4 runs from the bat of Jo Gardner. This time she's beaten outside off stump. Nice delivery. Little bit of flight, little bit of bounce. This just stops on Gardner a little, and she has to just check the shot. That's a decent effort, and that's gone. It's a good catch in the deep, and another big wicket for Thunder. And Jo Gardner goes for 63. Very good innings indeed from the Sunrisers opener. Both the openers have reached 50. Both may be slightly disappointed not to have gone on a little. But Gardner, with a couple of sixes already in her innings, was going for the third, and she goes. 63 off 77 deliveries, 5 fours and 2 sixes. So 139 for 2. .78 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Now Cordelia Griffith, handy player to coming in at number 4. It's a big stride forward and negates the spin. End of the over. 2 for 28 now. Fee Morris. Nicely played again. Flicked into the leg side, no run on this occasion. It's driven, it's a good stop, but they can't stop the single. Good diving effort from Phoebe Graham, no, but they can go through for the single. Oh, and that one very nearly sneaks through. Griffith does well to leading back, dig it out. And the two Morrises doing a very good job at the moment, Sophie and Fee. Just checking possible run charge from the Sunrisers. Has given a little more air that time. And Griffiths gets enough bat on that one to ensure no further trouble. But a very good over indeed, just the one run from it. 141 for 2 now after 27. A bit of a rebuilding process now for the Sunrisers. Be interested to know what thoughts are going through those supporters' heads at the moment, sitting in the members' stand. That's punched nicely up to mid-off, and they'll go through for an easy single in the end. Grucock played very sensibly so far for her 13. Cordelia Griffiths still getting her iron against the spinners. Oh, and lucky to get away with that one. Gave her the charge. Didn't get much bat on ball, but enough to just run it into the pads and scamper through for a single. So Griffiths is off the mark, not in the most positive of manners. That's swept nicely round the corner. There'll be one, and just the one. And Smale comes in and does the fielding. Fee Morris. Cordelia Griffiths takes a big stride forward just to negate any possible spin on that occasion. That's a lovely drive this time from Cordelia Griffiths, down on one knee, but Smale is out there and can keep them down to just the one. Sometimes feel a shot that nice deserves a little more than a single, but not on this occasion. Another very tidy over, just 4 runs from it. 145 now for 2. And Sunrisers, well, they just keep going at the 5 runs and over, pretty much. Doesn't drop, but it doesn't go up much either. Cordelia Griffiths has taken the strike, and it will be Sophie Morris who will be bowling her left arm spin to her. A little bit of air there, and it's punched down the ground, but straight to Phoebe Graham. Bit short, not timed by Cordelia Griffiths, but she manages to get it off the square for a single. Jodie Grucock. Sweeps it nicely round the corner. There is a fielder there, so they only have the one. Nice timing. Sophie Morris left arm round. Touch and go. Cordelia Griffiths is very quick. And Naomi Datani can't get the throw away. Anyway. Good running from these pair. Grewcock stands and delivers and smashes it. Oh, and that's a terrific throw, but she was in. Lovely piece of fielding from Phoebe Graham. It was a risky single, but Grewcock had gone quick enough to ensure it's her call. She made it, but lovely throw from the fielder. A couple of times now. We've seen Mac hit the stumps. We've seen now Graham hit them. And that's just played nicely out into the covers, and again they go for a good quick single. So these two running very well between the wickets. They might not be hitting the boundaries that the openers were, but in that over in particular they kept the run, they kept things ticking over nicely, and they brought up the 150 for their team with 5 singles from that. Grewcock 16 not out, Griffiths now 5. And 19 overs remaining because we only have 48 overs aside because we had a lengthy-ish rain delay. Good stride forward, just plays it out into the onside. Emma Lamb races in. That's a little too wide on this occasion. Just first time almost Phoebe Morris has lost control of the delivery. And that will be quite rightly called wide. Cordelia Griffith, bat held high and ready to go again. Comes down the wicket, and she has missed time. That I thought she was looking to hit it back over the bowler's head. Got a big thick outside edge. They've got 2. Could have gone anywhere. Full safe. Nice delivery again. Cordelia Griffiths. Again, a bit patchy this season considering her wonderful career form in this competition. If she just turns into the onside, and there'll definitely be a single. Averaging 18, high score of 37, certainly below her usual high standards for the Sunrisers over the years. Leg side, could be a wide, is a wide. Gives that some air, and it's nicely placed on this occasion by Grewcock, who is very quick between the wickets. So even though she's hitting it to the fielders, she's so fast off the mark. She's there at the other end almost before the ball reaches said fielder. It's a full toss, and it's smashed back, and that could be out. They're asking for a run out, and it is, because in very unfortunate for the Sunrisers, it was a full toss that was absolutely nailed by Cordelia Griffiths, but Phoebe Morris in her follow through has got her hand to the ball, deflected it onto the stumps, and Jodie Grewcock was out of her crease and has to go. Well, that is one of the more unfortunate ways. So Grucock is run out for 17. So run out, backing up. Third wicket falls with the score on 156.
Jodie Grucock was run out for 17. The new bat is Maddie Villiers.
So Maddie Villiers comes out. England international, of course. With 17 T20Is for her, T20 internationals for her country. Again, she's been good with the ball this season, but less so with the bat. In this competition, in the 6 matches, just the 61 runs at 15 so far. High score of 21. That was the end of Phoebe Morris's over, actually. 156 for 3. So Sophie Morris into the attack, and that's punched away for a single. Sophie Morris to continue. Bowled unchanged since she came on. Air. Oh, and there's a big shout for LB, and it's given. And this Sunrisers innings in danger of imploding a bit at the moment, as now it's the turn of Cordelia Griffith to go. Swept across the line, trapped in front. Just watch the replay. Hit a back leg. That looks pretty nailed on. Cordelia Griffith didn't hang around. And a fourth wicket goes down.
LBW to Sophie Morris for 8 runs.
So 139 for 1 becomes 157 for 4.
Izzy McLeod.
Izzy McLeod coming out then to join Maddie Villiers. Cordelia Griffith's LBW. To, well, the Morris Spin Twins are doing a very good job at the moment. Sophie Morris picks up her first wicket. As Griffith goes. And Izzy McLeod, right-hander, comes in now. Sophie Morris looks as if she just bowled his fraction short, but the ball then rather shot through, and Izzy McLeod just had to readjust and punch the ball back to the bowler. Bit of air that time, and that is nicely played by Izzy McLeod to get off the mark, just with the single. So the throw zips in. Wicketkeeper had to be ready for that. Round the wicket, and that's tucked away nicely again. Only be a single again. Such is the power of Mac's arm out on the boundary. Keeps them down to just a couple of singles. That is the end of the over. 159 for 3, just the 3 runs from it. the wicket as well. Of Cordelia Griffith, LBW for 8 and 159 for 4. And the Sunrisers won't want this their wonderful start to be wasted. 94 for 1, remember. And Scriven was stumped. That was in just the 18th over. Things were going well at that stage, and that is fetched round the corner, but straight to the fielder, Sophie Morris. It was a really nice shot from Maddie Villiers, but straight to the fielder. As V Morris to continue, and that's just clipped away into the offside, and they'll take a single. Izzy McLeod just getting herself set. First ball she'll have faced from Sophie Morris. Twirl of the bat and she's ready. Bit of an outside edge, but perfectly safely played, and they go through for a single. Maddie Villiers will be looking to keep things motoring, but knowing that they need to keep a few wickets back, and that's wide and fetched and gets an inside edge. Probably she'd left it, she'd have got a wide, but as it is, it's just the one. Oh, it's chipped straight up, but just wide of extra cover. Emma Lamb must have thought she'd be in with a chance for a second or two, but in the end, just wide enough, and they go through for a couple. Short, fired in a bit, and that has raced away for 4, and Izzy McLeod got enough on it. A change of tactics, but an expensive change of tactics in many ways for Phoebe Morris. As the 32nd over comes to a close, and 168 now for 4, so 9 runs from the over. Good over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. There is the card. Scrivens gave them such a good start with that 54 ball 51. Gardner first half century of the season, 63 to 78. But then Grucock run out in unfortunate circumstances, backing up for 17. And it was Griffith's drive that was touched onto the post. Griffiths herself, LBW for 8. And it is Sophie Morris. We've had 2 Morrises bowling spin for the last 12 overs. So that's clipped into the deep for a single. Goes back to play that. Izzy McLeod and plays it up to mid-on. Katie Mack does the honours. Bit of air, and that is just chipped straight to cover. Well, Izzy McLeod will be disappointed with that. She was going quite nicely, but felt she had to get on with it a bit, and has just chipped the ball straight to cover. She has to go for 8. It's another wicket down. And, well, that will be a disappointment.
Lizzie McLeod was caught by Emma Lamb off the bowling of Sophie Morris for 8.
Emma Lamb with the catch, and it was almost catching practice in the end. And wicket number 5 goes down with a score on 169. Izzy McLeod goes. It's another wicket for Sophie Morris.
Incoming batter is Flo Miller.
Second batter in succession going for 8 as well. And 4 wickets now fallen for the addition of 30 runs. Is Flo Miller, who is coming in at number 7. And she has had to bat. She's batted pretty well this year. 97 runs, high score of 47 not out. Only been out a couple of times in the competition. That's flicked away into the offside, no run. Just held round the corner. Nice little shot from Flo Miller to get herself off the mark. That's the end of a very good over, just the 2 runs from it. Big wicket as well. Izzy McLeod going, chipping the ball to cover. And Lamb doing the rest. And the score 170 for 5 after 33 overs, 15 overs left. Certainly, the Sunrisers would have been looking for at least 250 early on when they were going so well. But just they've been pegged back by those Morrises at the bottom there. Fee Morris 2 for 47, and Sophie Morris 2 for 20.
Ball from the Graham Gooch end.
Terrific bowling, and we do have a change of bowling. It's the end of Fee Morris's excellent spell that we just saw up on the screen there. Bit of seam. Into the attack comes Tara Norris. Keeper standing up. Tara Norris bowled 4 overs at the beginning of the innings, bowled pretty tidily. None for 19 from her 4 overs. And the attempted square cut goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. Nicely taken, standing up to the seamer by the wicketkeeper captain, Ellie Threlkeld. And that's just punched backward a square as well, and this is a very tidy over so far. And Flo Miller hasn't been able to miss the fielder at backward point in a couple of attempts so far in this over. Again, straight through to the wicketkeeper. This clever tactic, this, stopping Flo Morris getting down the wicket to the seamer. She's having to play everything from the crease. It's a decent looking drive, but a nice bit of fielding. Throw wasn't quite as good as the stop, but it's still just the single. It's the one run so far from this over, last ball of the over. And that's driven straight to cover, and very tidy over indeed. As Lancashire Thunder beginning to build a pressure now after a terrific start from the Sunrisers. The middle order collapse. Sophie Norris will continue. Sophie Morris, sorry, we've got two Morrises and a Norris. I'll get my M's and N's in the right order. Helped nicely round the corner, should be a couple here at least. Lovely sweep shot. Side two will do. This has just dropped down in front of her essentially. Nicely played by Villiers. She goes to 6. And that's smashed down the ground. Lovely shot. And that is Maddie Villiers, who has decided enough is enough. And Sophie Morris has to go. That's nicely cut backward, a square, and they go through for a quick single. And they think about 2. But not for very long, as Danny Collins cleans up the poor throw that came in from the other side. Still take a single though. It's clipped away nicely into the deep cover region, and they go through for one more run. Villiers has moved into double figures. Miller has tried to keep things ticking over since she came. She was pegged back by Tara Norris in the last over, but was more comfortable against the spinners. Now it's nicely swept and goes all the way for 4. What a piece of timing that is. Absolutely superb from Maddie Villiers. Absolutely nails that. There were 2 fielders out for that shot too. Neither of them could get there because it was so well hit. Great shot. Good over. 9 from it. 180 for 5. Villiers moves to 10. Miller is 6. I think it's 4 runs. Anyway, we'll find out in a sec. Confident looking drive, but straight to the fielder, so no run. Norris to continue, and that's just pushed out into the covers. Oh, and there was a bit of a slip by the fielder backing up, and now there's overthrows, and it's going to go for... No, it didn't quite carry. The overthrows didn't quite carry over the rope, interestingly, or quite hit it. They literally, the ball stopped just inside. Lost count of how many they ran in the end. Should have been 3. But all that came from unfortunate bit of fielding from Fee Morris. $187 now for 5. And again, Fee Morris just loses her feet a bit, trying to pick the ball up in a hurry, so she can't stop the single. Just to pick herself up. Another good delivery, good length in particular from Tara Norris, just short of a length. And with the keeper standing up, difficult for the batters to create a shot to cope with that length of delivery. Again, dab outside off stump. No run, so another dot ball. And Miller, who's played the spinners nicely, has struggled when she's been up against Tara Norris so far. Short and pulled away. I think that was a chance. I think it's just gone down. It looks as if it was in the air for a while. I think that was Katie Mack in the deep who puts that one down, and Miller has a life. Not only that, she got back for 2. Just watching another replay. Top edge pull. Wasn't the easiest catch. She was moving forward to try and cling on to it. She's taken 1 in the deep and had done the hard work. So yes, Hannah Jones coming into the attack. Dropped on 8. Oh, a big appeal, and with the very first ball she's picked up a massive wicket for the Thunder. And Miller has to go.
Slow Miller was LBW to Hannah Jones for 10 runs.
So first ball from Hannah Jones in this latest spell, and she traps Miller LBW moments after she had been dropped.
Incoming batter is Amara Carr.
So Amara Carr comes to the crease. 6th wicket goes down with a score on 189. They put on 20, those two. Amara Carr. Someone needs to keep Maddie Villiers company really at the moment. Responsibility shifting onto Maddie Villiers' shoulders here to try and get her side somewhere near the 250. Seeming a long way away at the moment. Hannah Jones, left arm round. Flicked a short extra, there's no run. Cut away, again, no run. Turning into a very good over this. Oof. Doesn't know a lot about that, but manages to get it fine, and they would go through for a couple. Mara Carr is off the mark. That did come off bat or glove or something. And there's another big shout for LB, and it's another LBW decision that's been given. So Amara Carr goes now for two. Two LBWs in the over. 191 now for 7.
Amara Carr was LBW to Hannah Jones for 2 runs. Incoming batter is Eva Gray.
So Eva Gray next to come out, and well, that 94 run opening partnership seems a long way away again. Long way away now. 94 with, they put on Grace Scrivens and Joe Gardner when Grace Scrivens was stumped. Just watching Eva Gray come out to bat. There's a quick word with a batting partner. Maddie Villiers just needs some people to stay with her, really. So Eva Gray, there is just the one ball left of this terrific over. 2 runs, 2 wickets so far for Hannah Jones. Bit of bending, stretching, making sure everything's working from Eva Gray. Just helped in, oh, and that's tight, but diving. Maddie Villiers is home safely. I'm not entirely sure, she'd have wanted the strikes snicked, but as it is, it's 192 for 7 after 37 overs. So they're keeping the run rate going, and there we go, look at that. Just the 2 half centuries, then only 2 other players have made it, 3 other players have made it into double figures. Miller made 10, 17 from Grucock, and Maddie Villiers 15 not out from 13, and really carrying the weight of the side on the shoulders will be Eva Gray, though, who will be facing Tara Norris. And that's driven nicely out into the covers. Nicely grabbed, though. Bit of a bang on the knee when she did it, but very nicely done. From Fee Morris. She did feel that one. Played back to the bowler, no run. Tara Norris's 7th over. None for 26 so far. That's fetched nicely, but only for the one, because there is a player in the deep. But Maddie Villiers middling the ball. Can Eva Gray stay with her? First match in this competition this season. Does have a list A 50, but an average of 9. She played that quite nicely to backward point, and there is no run. And they go straight. Ball goes straight to the fielder, but it's so well called by Maddie Villiers. But in the end, it's pretty safe. Saren Smale. Maddie Villiers just has a little check, sees who is where in the field. Slower ball helped round the corner nicely, but there is a fielder out there. And Sophie Morris keeps them down to a single. That is the end of another over. The score moves up to 196 for 7. 4 runs from that Tara Norris over. She now has figures of none for 29 from her 7. And Hannah Jones to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And not truly middled by Maddie Villiers, I think that would be fair to say. I think she's trying to fetch it over long on. Oh, and that's through her as some nice turn. Well bowled. Villiers manages to nail this one, but straight to Katie Mack, fielding at that long on position, and they can only take the one. Katie Mack then moves in to a closer mid-on. Phoebe Graham plays that nicely round the corner. It'll only be a 1, but really that's her job. Try and take singles wherever she can and get Maddie Villiers on strike. Who's watched the after coming in at number 5, watch the wickets fall at the other end. Comes down the wicket, fetches that, and that's all the way. Is it all the way? It is. 6 runs. Well played, Maddie Villiers. Just what the Sunrisers needed. Just watch that again. She'd shown her intent coming down the wicket, and then nails that over cow corner for a maximum. Full toss, help round the corner, rather misses out Maddie Villiers. They'll only get the 1. That is the end of the over. .39 overs gone, 205 for 7. 9 runs from that over. Just what the Sunrisers needed. So just the 9 overs to go now. Just to remind you, if you're just joining us here on the stream, that we had a rain delay. That means the 50 over match has been cut to 48 overs per side. Just dink down in front of her and they go through for a smart single. Well taken. Tara Norris continuing with this spell. Not worrying about the last few overs as far as she's concerned. Norris in again, she gets good bounce there, and it was fended down in front of her, but good call from Maddie Villiers, who said, yes please, let's go through for a single, thank you. So one will be added to Eva Gray's total, and to the Sunrisers, and Maddie Villiers has the strike back. Tara Norris goes short, and it's connected from Maddie Villiers. There is a fielder out there in the deep. Emma Lamb does the fielding. Sorry, Katie Mack does the fielding. That's played back to the bowler. After this there will be 8 overs left, but with just 3 wickets in hand, Sunrisers can't afford to be too gung-ho at this point in proceedings. Again, Eva Gray can't find the gaps in the field. That was again Seren Smale who snuffed out the chance of a single. Just the 3 runs so far from this over. 1 ball left in it. And that's just played. Oh, and we've got a muddle up here. Oh, and they've thrown to the wrong end. Maddie Villiers would have gone for all money if it had gone to her end. She was virtually down the other end. She's run 2, but they survive. No run out, and the score remains 208 for 7. Just the 3 runs from the over, but as far as the Sunrisers is concerned, the possible embarrassing run out was avoided. Hannah Jones will continue, and why wouldn't it? She bowled really nicely in her second spell here. Eight overs left then. Maddie Villiers on strike. It's a great shot by Maddie Villiers, and she'll get 4 for it, despite the best efforts of the fielder. Picked a spot very nicely indeed. Well played. At the moment, this is a really sensible, well-paced innings from Maddie Villiers. She knows exactly what she needs to do. Just gets the glove sorted out and she's ready again. Oh, and she launches it offside this time for 4 more. Terrific batting from Maddie Villiers. Funny, she only has of course she bowls so well as well. Her average in 50 over cricket coming into this one was only 15.45, but Always had the ability. Oh, and this time she's gone. One heave too many. She misses it and she is bowled. So Maddie Villiers, who got the hurry up going that the side needed, has gone for 35, bowled by Hannah Jones. And, well, still probably 30 runs shy of where they want to be at the moment.
Maddie Villiers was bowled by Hannah Jones for 35 runs.
Good knock from Maddie Villiers. But she has gone for 35 from just 26 balls. 5 fours and 1 6.
Incoming batter is Sophie Monroe.
4 fours and 1 6. Sophie Monroe, who extended her loan period at the Sunrisers. They were delighted she did. And she comes in at number 10. So 9 and 10 now at the crease. And what can they do to scramble for these last few overs? They don't want to, when you've only got 48 overs, they've got 2 less than they'd normally have anyway. They'll want to make sure they use up the overs. There's still quite a long way to go. 7 overs after this one. So Sophie Monroe just waiting at her guard. Stroke nicely into the covers and they go through for a 1. Sophie Monroe again averaging around 15, not bad for a bowler. Has got 150 and 50 over cricket. Oh, I think there was a bit of an inside edge on that, and I think that's what saved it. Really well bowled, big appeal. Just watch the replay now. And I think there must have been an inside edge. It's clicked to mid-wicket, there is no run. That's another very good over. Started with a couple of 4s, but pegged back after that. 9 runs from it, but a big, big wicket, that of Maddie Villiers, who's gone for 35. That's Phoebe Graham 5 not out. And Sophie Monroe just with a single. A lot of work to do. Seven overs left, 217 for 8. Tara Norris to continue. Nicely punched away by Monroe for a single. And to be honest, if these two could run 3 or 4 singles and over from now until the end of the 48th, they'd be roughly where they need to be. Around the 250 mark. Oh, that pops up on the way back to the bowler as the battery squared up a bit, but it drops short of Tara Norris in her follow through. She survives. Eva Gray. defensively back to the bowler, who picks it up in a follow through and then running picks the ball up and to get on with things, make sure not behind at all on the over rate. The amount of spin that we've seen so far, it would be surprising if they had. Oh, and there's a swing and a miss outside off stump on this occasion from Eva Gray. Just goes and has a little bit of a chat with Sophie Monroe. Norris in her 9th over. Fifth in this spell. That's nicely flicked off her toes. Ball pitched up a little bit more on that occasion from Norris, and Gray was on it swiftly. Takes advantage, just gets the single. Just 2 wickets in hand. Risks presumably will be kept something of a minimum by the Sunrisers batters. Norris should be the last ball of the over. It's played straight to cover. There is a misfield, but nobody was following it particularly, so fielder Seren Smale gets away with it. That is the end of the over. Just 2 runs from it. 219 for 8. 7 overs left. And if they got 2 runs and over for the remaining 6 overs, actually 6 overs left, they'll still be over the 230 mark. Hannah Jones. Just checking the ball's still in decent shape. Hannah Jones bowls. That's nicely clipped down the ground by Eva Gray for a single. Katie Mack in the deep. Again, decent shot for just the one. Katie Mack, who's done a lot of the fielding, started her career at Essex. Oh, and Boulder. Just leaning forward, trying to flick into the leg side, and Munro's gone for 2. Hannah Jones has another wicket. And well bowled from Hannah Jones. She now has 4 wickets.
Eva Gray was bowled by Hannah Jones for 7.
Sorry, it was Eva Gray who went for 7. Bowled. Score 220 now for 9.
Incoming batter is Kate Kopak.
And the number 11 comes out, Kate Kopak. Still with overs left. We're in the 43rd of 48. So there's 5 overs left after this over. So no need to go mad. And a swing and a miss, but the ball was also missing leg stump as well. Hannah Jones was thinking for a second or two about a possible LB and then realised just how far it was sliding down leg. 4 for 50 though for Hannah Jones. And that is doing exactly the same. And that's played out backward to square. There almost certainly was a run there, but there was no real desire to take it. Munro's call it was, didn't in the end call, decided she'd keep the strike, so that is the end of the over. Just 2 runs from it and another wicket has fallen. So Jones has finished her 10 overs now. Hannah Jones 10 overs, 4 for 50. So a terrific effort from her.
To bowl for the Graham Gooch end, Phoebe Graham.
So Phoebe Graham comes back in to presumably wrap up things from the Graham Gooch end. Sun comes out again. Phoebe Graham in, and that's just cut away backward a square, but straight to Hannah Jones. Full, driven nicely. Really nice shot that from Munro. The fielder out in the deep does a very good job indeed. Keeps them down to just the single. So it will be Katie Coper to face. And again, Ellie Threlkeld not afraid to stand up to the seam bowlers. It's a very nice take. Ball that bounced a bit. And that's nicely stroked away. Under the diving fielder. Once again, Danny Collins is in, sweeping up on the boundary, but they go through for another one. And these are all vitally important as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. To try and use up these final 4 and a bit overs. Graham in again. Oh, and that's through the batter on this occasion. Munro. And again, nicely taken behind the stumps by Threlkeld. Nice shot. Should be a 2. Very nicely played by Sophie Munro. His average of 15 does not belie her talents to come in at number 10 and bat as she has so far. Of course, mainly in as a bowler, but she's got 37 runs so far in 5 matches she's played in this competition. 4 runs came from that over, and now it's a chance for Naomi Ditani to come back into the attack. She bowled from the Graham Gooch end in her first spell, and Grace Scrivens rather clambered into her on a couple of occasions, but the situation is rather different now, and she's switched ends as well to the Sir Alistair Cook end. Looks as if she'll be bowling left arm over. Field just being rearranged slightly. And that's played out nicely into the covers for just the one. Nicely fielded too. As it was Smale who had to dive into a patch of earth, one of the used wickets on the ground here. Previous bowler's end, waiting for the grass to grow again upon it. Single taken. Munro on strike. That's flicked nicely into the leg side. There'll still only be one though. Almost hit it too well. With everyone back on the leg side. Might be 2 if they just tip and go. But Fee Morris made sure that wasn't going to happen on this occasion. That again is a very nice shot from a number 11, played out into the covers for a single. Katie Kopak doing well for her team at the moment. Both these two are. Any runs now a bonus. Wide, and had a big swing at it, did Sophie Munro, and she got a big thick outside edge, and that's gone through third man for 4 to warm applause by the Sunrisers fans in the crowd, which has grown as the afternoon's gone on. And much needed boundary. Takes the score into the 230s. 7 off this over so far. Good ball from Ditani. Yorker length. Nothing Munro could do with it. Now she's already got a 4 for the over. She almost doesn't have to worry about it too much. Just keep chipping it around, see where they end up. Played with soft hands out into the covers. They go through for a single. That is the end of the over. Good one as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. 8 runs from it. And it will be Phoebe Graham from the Graham Gooch end. Sophie Munro facing. Oh, and that's going to go for many needed runs. That's 5 wides. And that is a huge bonus as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Phoebe Graham will be disappointed, as will the keeper, Ellie Threlkeld. Standing up, she had little chance of stopping that once it was down the leg side. And that one jags back in at Sophie Munro, just plays it defensively. Wicketkeeper comes out and does the fielding. Slower ball, clever slower ball too. But to be honest, as far as Sunrise are concerned, those 5 wides, that's what they would have wanted off the over anyway. Any more is a bonus. And that will be 4 more as a bonus, because that is an absolutely rifling cover drive. Hit on the up, just slapped through the covers. Lovely, lovely shot. Lovely, lovely timing. Just watch this again. Bit too much width from Phoebe Graham. And Sophie Munro was on it. Lovely, lovely shot. Was a little bit sharper, a little bit shorter. That was the delivery of a slightly angry pace bowler. The extra bounce surprised Munro. Well taken again by the keeper. Full toss down the leg side. It will only be the one for the wide though, because the keeper did get across this time and managed to stop it, but this is turning out to be an expensive over for Lancashire Thunder. 10 runs from it so far. That's just helped into the leg side. They'll just take a single. It makes sense for Sophie Munro to grab as much of the strike as she can. Katie Kopac's looked pretty comfortable, but Munro's hit the 2 boundaries that these two may have managed. Put on 23 now for this 10th wicket. Crucial runs, you'd feel. That's nicely angled down to third man. There it is, fielded by Hannah Jones. They get a single, and that means Katie Kopak has nicked the strike. But a very, very productive over. Eleven runs from it, 244 for 9. Still 2 overs left for the Sunrisers. Naomi Ditani has been immediately taken out of the attack again. Sophie Morris, she has been a little bit expensive, Naomi Ditani. And they've decided spin to the 10 and 11 isn't a bad idea. It probably isn't either. They have to force the pace rather than be able to use the pace of the seamers. That's just helped round the corner, so that's another single. Katie Kopak goes to 5. Sophie Munro drops that one short, and it is swung away. It's a brilliant stop. Brilliant stop. So That looked for all the world as if that was going for 4. Instead it's just a couple. How important could that be later on? Defensively played on this occasion. Again, it's dropped a bit short and it's absolutely middled. But there will just be the 1 run because there is the fielder at long on. Sophie Munro enjoying herself at the moment. She moves, I think that takes it into the 20s. Yep, it does. Defensively back to the bowler. Sophie Morrison again. Full toss. Just be the 1, but the 250 comes up. Which is probably what the Sunrisers would have wanted when they won the toss and elected to bat. Looked very unlikely at 220 for 9. But these two have now put on 30 for the 10th wicket. Terrific effort from these two, and they've taken the innings into the final over. That's the other thing. As the 9th wicket fell in the 43rd over, and it looked as if the Sunrisers weren't going to finish their overs. They may not still, but they're in the final one at least now. And the last over will be bowled by Phoebe Graham. And that is the right length and line you feel for Phoebe Graham. Just short of a length outside off stump. Just cramping the batter for room. Certainly the case with Katie Kopak on that particular occasion. I think the Sunrisers might be slightly disappointed. She is on strike rather than Munro. But she's helped this into some empty space on the leg side. And it's a great stop, and they should be through for 3, which they are. So slightly short delivery, nailed by Katie Kopak, but another run saved superbly on the boundary by what's been some really top fielding to ensure boundaries are kept out. Oh, and this should be out, and is out. Thick edge, and it goes straight up in the air. And it is taken by Hannah Jones. And that is the end of the Sunrisers innings. All out for 253 in the final over there of their innings, the 48th. Felt she had to fling the bat, Sophie Munro. She got 20 off 20 balls. Now she finishes with 20 out off 21. A couple of 4s in there as well.
Sophie Munro was caught by Hannah Jones off the bowling of Graham for 20 runs.
253 all out then. And a good little partnership at the end there, taking the score over 250. It's a decent target that the Sunrisers have set. But a good fight back too from Lancashire Thunder when you consider 94 for 1, the Sunrisers. That was in the 18th over, and they've pegged them back to bowl them all out for 253 in the 48th and final over, as we had a rain delay earlier in the innings. Now the groundsman will get to work setting up things for the Lancashire Thunder innings. There is
at 2:47.
The Sunrisers card. Scrivens, lovely 50 from just, as you can see, 54 balls for a 51. Jo Gardner, she batted well too, 63 from 78. Then there were a few issues as the wickets began to fall, 4 of them going the way of Sophie Morris for 50 runs. But good knocks by Maddie Villiers, 35 from just 26. And then from Sophie Munro at the end, steering the tail to put on 33 for the 10th wicket, leaving Kopak not out 9 from 13 in a total of 253. There are the bowling figures. Norris bowled pretty well without much luck, none for 34. Graham 1 for 46 from 8 overs, bit expensive. Jones standing out there with her 4 for 50. And there were good work too from the Morrises, who bowled in conjunction together for a long time in the middle of the innings. 8 overs, 2 for 47 for Fee Morris. And for Sophie Morris, those 2 for 38. So well played from them. And those two really did check the Sunrisers' advance in their middle period of their innings before they managed to get things going again towards the end. So Thunder are going to have to score at a fraction over 5 and over. Doable on what is a pretty good batting pitch, but that is still always an impressive total to defend. So join us again when Lancashire Thunder will be chasing 254 for their 3rd victory in this competition, while the Sunrisers, who lead the table just 4 wins and 2 defeats. There are 4 teams with that record, but the Sunrisers have the most bonus points. See if they can stay at the top of the table with another victory today, if they can defend that 253. Now the turn of Lancashire Thunder to try and reach the 255 they need. They actually need one more run than we thought earlier. Duckworth Lewis have got involved. Darnie Moran is alongside me, and thank you for coming and joining us this afternoon.
Absolute pleasure, guys. Great to be up here. I say every week it's the best view in the house, so hopefully I'll see a few early wickets.
It is a bit useful, isn't it? Eva Gray is in, and that is just played out into the offside, and they trot through for, in the end, quite a simple single. What was the feeling in the camp at the break? Enough? Bit short?
Oh, I think any total you're asked to chase over 250 is you have to work hard for. So we're pretty happy that we've got ourselves to this point. We'll back our bowling attack, and we'll back the way that we want to restrict teams. You look at the platform we set in the first 25 overs. Probably would have wanted 15-20 more. That said, the last couple of wickets did a fantastic job to get us to where we are now. So I'm probably pretty comfortable that now we've got another job that we need to do really well.
Well, that was a nice drive, but really nicely stopped in the covers. So immediately it looks as if Seren Smale wants to get on with things. And it was interesting watching the Sunrisers openers, as that's just played into the leg side, no run, who were scoring at 5 and over without any trouble whatsoever.
There was a point where I think we'd scored 6 fours and only 4 singles in the innings. So it was, they were very patient. They waited for the delivery that they wanted, and there were a couple that they timed brilliantly. I think talking to them when they came off for the rain break, it skipped on a little bit in the outfield with the drizzle that was out there. So that probably helped win the chase a couple of times. But they definitely set us a lovely platform at the top there.
Well, that is near a Midland leg, but there's decent fielding again on the boundary to ensure just a couple will be taken. 2 more to Smale. Hopefully the rain will now stay away. It was a bit of a surprise when it turned up, but it did delay things for half an hour or so.
Yeah, it was a bit of a miserable morning, wasn't it? I didn't expect when I woke up this morning to see it had been damp, and then it obviously came over from the west.
Oh, and that is clothed rather. And an inside edge misses the stumps, but well bowled again from Eva Gray, and Smale looks a bit disappointed with herself from that shot.
It looked almost like she'd accepted the inevitable and she was walking off, having played that, which would have been nice to see it cannoned into the stumps. But if we keep probing away on that line and that length, probably most importantly length on this pitch, if you miss by anything, it's there for the batters.
And that is punched out into the covers. Oh, and it skips across the unfortunate Flo Miller, who had done brilliantly to stop one earlier in the over, and that she would dived full length to stop it, and it just took a hop over her and has gone for 4, and a good finish to the over as far as Thunder are concerned. Not so much for Eva Gray, and Thunder are 7 without loss, chasing that 255 after the first over.
Yeah, that almost nicely just showed us how much value you should get for your runs out here. She almost just tapped that. She placed it really well. I thought Flo almost got a finger on it, but it would have taken quite a lot to stop it running away down the hill into that corner. So yeah, you've got to be pretty regimented with the length that you bowl on these wickets, and make sure that they work really hard for every run that they're trying to score.
Well, after excellent start, but 7 and over, 7 off the first over, it's now the turn of Kate Kopak, who batted so well to see the side over 250 in partnership with Sophie Munro earlier in proceedings, who will be getting things going from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Right arm over, and that's just pushed into the covers. There is no run. in the competition so far. She's taken 9 wickets at 18. Sarah's been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, she's a constant threat with the new ball. She can get it to go both ways when she gets it right, and it's a very handy contributor of runs at the bottom of the batting order as well.
In once again, and that's more fully pitched delivery that is played defensively back to her. And the one thing I did notice from the Thunder earlier, there were wides. There were definitely wides, and if the Sunrisers can avoid that kind of help to the opposition, that could be a major part to play. As go back again, lovely length and line, right on the money, on and around, off stump, played out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, we know our job's to make it as hard for them as possible. That's whether you bat first, bowl first, you with the ball in hand, you want to make them work for every single run. So, look, at bowlers hate extras, fielders hate extras, coaches hate extras. The only people that like them are batters, aren't they? They're freebies. So the more disciplined that we can be, the more effective we'll end up being.
In once again, and that is slightly short of a length and help round the corner, but it'll only be a 1. Fielder out in the deep. Copes nicely with that, Eva Gray. Yeah, there were 18 wides in the...
Is that individual balls, or is that...
No, there was 1 5
There was
wide.
1 5 in there, wasn't there, which at the back end of the innings actually helped us nicely.
So 14 wides.
Yeah, it's...
Extra
No
2
one
overs.
likes them, but
No.
it's, you're searching for the magic ball at times.
True. Can Katie Kopak find that slightly slower ball, and well spotted by Smale, who has hit it on the up through the covers for 4. It's not that bad a delivery, but Smale was on it in an instant. It's a good shot through the covers, and her second boundary of the game so far.
Yeah, we know it's how Seren Smell wants to play. She wants to go out hard. She wants to try and take the game to the opposition. Emma Lamb will probably allow people to play around her a little bit more, but it's we're not surprised by this, and the girls will keep trying to put the ball in the right areas.
Again, slightly fuller length, and Seren Smale has to rather dig out almost Yorker length delivery, which goes back to the bowler. Another tidy over, just the 5 runs from it, 2 scoring shots, 12 without loss after 2 overs, which I think is exactly the same as the Sunrisers were at the same point in the game. So, but an early wicket would make a massive difference.
Yeah, they're probably key in a game like this. If you're going to chase down a score, you want to make sure that you've got a platform to do it from, and equally from us perspective as Sunrisers, we want to get into their middle order as quickly as we can to really put the pressure on.
Nicely stroked into the covers, but there is no run. So at the moment, Emma Lamb finding life a little more difficult than Seren Smale. But again, good length and line, nagging length and line. This time from Eva Gray from the Graham Gooch end. Slip, though, is now moving out.
Yeah, I was just looking at that vacant extra cover area, thinking it's a lot for Flo Miller to do. She's one of the best fielders around and covers ground amazingly well, but felt like she had a lot to do there.
Just short of a length, tucked into the leg side. It'll only be a single. Nice throw. The cloud is certainly higher now, so we should be set fair.
Yeah, we were saying earlier we were all surprised by that rain, and we were probably more surprised that it came again, because it felt like it had just passed, it had heated up nicely, and then it came and hit us for an hour.
And that's a nice ball, just jags back in a little towards the batter, who has to play it defensively, looking to attack at every opportunity at the moment. Seren Smale, as you said, Danny, Good bowling to just peg her back. Oh, and Eva Gray goes out the outside. She gets the ball to go the other way this time.
That's the length she wants to hit, isn't it? There's just that little bit of indecision. She felt for that slightly outside off stump, and from Smale's perspective was fortuitous not to pick the outside edge up there, but lovely length from Eva.
Yeah, lovely delivery. And just put a bit of doubt in the mind. And that's punched on the up to mid-off, who only just misses the stumps. They're through. I think she was through anyway for the single. Eva, sorry, Don.
I was just going to say, you've got to take it as a positive. If they want to take runs like that, then you know that you're doing your job to put the pressure back on them, and all it takes is a direct hit quite often to pick up that wicket. It's a risk.
That's dabbed nicely backward as square. There will be a couple of runs at least. Won't be a boundary. Nicely dragged back. They can just take the 2. So Kate Kopak being kept busy. She had to go and cut off that potential boundary, and now she's be bowling the 4th over. End of Eva Gray's over. Another decent one. And just 4 off that over, so 16 without loss after 3. Few juggles in the field at the moment. Okay. Kopak just waiting for everyone to get in place. Everyone is now in place. She bowls just strays onto middle, and that's flicked away into the leg side, but there'll only be a single. You do feel that Smale is looking to turn as much into leg as possible, so on or around off stump would seem to be the ideal place to bowl.
It's a heavily biased offside field at the moment, isn't there, with a pretty vacant backward square area.
Oh, and leans back and attempts the cut, and the ball's through her before she's played the shot, really. Nice change of length from Kopak.
Yeah, we saw from the first innings there's a decent amount of pace in this wicket, isn't there? It's getting through nicely, I think, with the slightly taller and, it's fair to say, quicker bowling attack that Thunder have brought down, that they were getting a fair amount of bounce out of it.
Absolutely. That's Fuller, and flicked round into that vacant area Danny was talking about, and it will be 4, just straying ever so slightly.
I like to be proven correct, but not on occasions like that.
Katie Kopak stared up to the heavens for a second. She was slightly frustrated with herself. Lovely timing, though.
Yeah, look, the plan is obviously to probe away outside off stump. You've got your slip in, and you want to be attacking at this stage of the game.
Again, just firing in at middle and turning into the leg side where there is all of that space. And Emma Lamb picks up another single.
Eva Gray did really well to keep that one down to a single. They were interested in coming back for the second, but she was quickly onto the ball and darted it in over the top of the stumps to Amara Carr. So really good pressure from the fielders. You need that as a bowling unit.
Katie Kopak then. That's nicely hit, but a terrific stop in the covers. Great stuff by Maddie Villiers, as you'd expect in many ways.
Yeah, as you were saying,
She's
the
such a
pressure
good
you
fielder.
put on as a fielding unit is almost of equal importance to what you can do as a bowling unit. If there's nothing in there, then it builds the pressure. So Maddie did brilliantly there to get down.
Such a good fielder. Needed to be on that occasion. That's punched into one of the few areas where there was a single available on the offside.
Quite deliberately, I would assume, trying to get her to play a bit more expansively with slip in place. But again, gives her a little bit of cover out there as well.
So steady start for the Lancashire Thunder, 23 without loss after 4. Lambs moved to 10, Smale 13. And the run rate, a little bit concerning as far as Thunder, as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Slapped on the up into the offside. It wasn't that bad a ball from Eva Gray. Just attacking intent from the batter. Not say there was anything wrong with that ball, Donny. It was just hit on the up and slapped into the covers for 2. It's good batting.
Yeah, it's the power play. You want to make the most of it as a batting team, don't you? So we're going to expect them to come hard at us.
Another nice drive. This time beats the despairing dive of cover. They should get another couple here.
Flo Miller out there has covered half a pitch in just 2 deliveries. She did brilliantly with the first one to get around and keep it to only 2. And similarly there, she's had to go in the other direction and do some sweeping up. So she's got a big role to play out there, some massive boundaries.
Yeah, she's going from backward point to deep extra, and that is punched into the leg side and is a dot ball, which will come as something of a relief. A bowl from Eva Gray. But it is a decent track, as we saw with the way the 2 Sunrisers went about their business early on as well.
Yeah, certainly with a newer ball. Each of these balls are only 2 and a bit overs old in this case, so they'll quickly lose a bit of shine and lose a bit of hardness, and that will make it much tougher to score runs. You'll get to put your fielders back on the boundary, and we'll see a different game. I think that we've all come out of a T20 block where 50 overs is a really long time, isn't it?
It is.
I hope you did some preparation for this, because even sat on the sidelines, we were like, "Wow, this is a very long innings, isn't it?"
I did. Yeah. There you go. But it's the longest day, really. Even in county championship, it's 96 overs. Eva Gray in once again, and that's just a little bit wide, and she's cross with herself. They think about 2, but again, terrific fielding out in the deep by Flo ensures that there is just the 1 run on this occasion. Flo Miller, who is certainly earning her corn out there on the boundary ropes.
Yeah, she's amazingly quick and covers ground quicker than anyone that we can think of in the game. So she's a real asset out there on the boundary.
Eva Gray in again. Oh, and there's an inside edge, and somehow it misses the stumps. May have even missed the bat and gone into the pads. It was a lovely delivery. Well bowled again.
There's a lot of interest for Mara Carr behind the stumps there. I'm not quite sure what she was appealing for, if it was just hoping that it might have come back in, and yeah, it was an inside edge that she played down past the leg stump by the looks of it.
Well, very similar starts for these sides. After 5 overs, Sunrisers were 27 without loss, 29 without loss, so nothing much between them at the moment.
Yeah, 50 over cricket's just got a lot of ebb and flow, hasn't it? So you've just got to stick in the game and be patient, keep doing your skills really well, have a good plan.
Kate Kopak in again, and that is just punched into the covers. Good quick single. always going to get there. Decent throw and well backed up. So good fielding from the Sunrisers.
As we say, we're getting to the point where this ball's going to get a little bit softer. It's been on the outfield a couple of times, and while it's a bit dry now out there, and that surface water wasn't really going to hang around for very long.
No.
It will start to become tougher to get away.
Particularly after that 10th over. Oh, and there's a good ball and a big shout. Now, did that hit her outside the line? I'm looking forward to the replay on this one, because that was a very good delivery. Certainly they were interested, the Sunrisers. Close.
Yeah, I can only think he thinks that might be going down.
Down leg, yeah.
Yeah, great length. We've talked about how important length is going to be out here today. There's not a huge margin for error on pitches like this. Length is so important.
There's a hit low on the pads as well. That was well bowled, very well bowled. That is played defensively into the covers. And there's an extra bounce and energy now about the fielding.
There's something
After
about
that
a good
shout.
appeal, isn't
Yeah.
there? You have a good appeal, and there's you as a batter, certainly one like that, you would feel like it could go one of two. It could go either way. You're probably not feeling shut up. You're begging here. You're thinking, oh, did I get far enough across? Is it? So yeah, it gives you both ways a little bit of momentum swing.
Go back in again, and all that's just played slightly on the up. Safe, but not convincing. And this is a very good over indeed. This is the first time that Seren Smale has looked in.
Well, if you think back to
Real
the end of the
bother.
end of the last over, she got that thick inside edge that just missed leg stump again. Her heart will be in her mouth as it's wandering down there. Second ball of this over, the first one she faces, she has a big LPW shout against her. Fourth ball of the over, she plays it on the up and it's not too far off the hands. So your mindset changes when you find yourself under the pump, doesn't it? And yes, like a couple of solid defensive shots behind there,
But the fact she's playing the defensive shots rather than...
she wasn't before.
No, exactly so. So very good over. Well, 2 good overs back to back. But it's always making sure you can finish the good over. This is the 6th ball. And that is another good ball, and they go for a tight single. Oh, and there's going to be overthrows, sadly. I think just the one of them. The fielder had to go for the stumps. There was a chance. But then it came off poor old Amara Carr's shoulder, which took it over the fielder who was backing up, which meant they, in the end, took 2, but it was still a really good over.
We've seen a few overthrows today, haven't we? There was a few. There was one that went for 4. There was definitely another single run. I'm trying to think back to.
I think
I won't have the specifics, but there was definitely a few occasions and a few where people were tempted but decided not to. So it's becoming a theme of the day.
No, very much so. And you can see why people are going for the tight singles. You've got to go.
Yeah, you do. But also, tactically, that will bring those ring fielders slightly closer in. It gives you more chance to get past them because the angle's there to access the boundary. So it's, again, not unexpected.
And that will be the first wide of the innings, and they run on that wide. Good call, actually, from Smale, who realised Amara Carr hadn't been able to... She'd stopped the ball, but she hadn't managed to gather it. And there was time before it reached Lissy McLeod to just go through for a quick...
She did a really good job to get a hand on there.
Yeah, because we also saw a couple of buys go to the boundary, and that's just a bit short outside off stump. It's cuffed away by Smale, but the fielder in the deep ensures it will only be a single.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of late movement. Because both Threlkeld and Carr have struggled a couple of times when the ball's gone down leg. It's just kind of kept going, hasn't it?
Yep. Amara Carr getting ready again now. they're taking singles everywhere here. Ooh, a bit wild on that occasion from Cordelia Griffiths. Particularly as they were, I think she was just miffed that they were taking the single.
I would agree with you there. And again, it's a bit like, wides annoy bowlers, annoy coaches, and nothing worse than a ring fielder when someone runs at you.
Yeah. Particularly someone who's has a bit of a reputation as a very good ring fielder, but well taken run on this occasion, and that is played defensively. Back to the bowler. Phoebe Graham now in a 4th over. Nice delivery again, just slightly taking the pace off, almost like a fast off spinner. Smale can only play it out into the covers. That's nicely fielded. Good looking drive, but there is the fielder there, so it'll only be the one. The throw is a good one. So again, pretty tidy stuff from Eva Gray.
You just get the feeling something's about to give, don't you?
Yeah.
I know which way I want it to go.
Yeah, sorry, Lancashire Thunder listeners, if you. Oh, and that is another good delivery as trying to flick it onto the leg side. Emma Lamb gets a bit tied up, and that was a good comeback by Eva Gray. 2 wides off the first ball. He then got to bowl 6 again, only conceded another 2 runs. 7 overs gone, 36 without loss.
Yeah, I think this might be slightly behind. The
37.
penultimate ball was a single, but yeah, again, a really, really good comeback. She came out of that over really well after a difficult start. So I'd almost see that change in tactics. Slips come out from that end to pack the offside a bit more, keeping it in for Kate Kopak here. See if she can find that right length again. She's done it a couple of times. Been pretty unlucky so far.
Yeah, she bowled really nicely. There was a very tight LB last time, and again, not afraid to pitch it up. Fields in her own follow through. Again, slightly mistiming the drive, and Kate Kopak really bowling nicely now. Her 4th over. That's a really nice looking shot, but is all the way out to Sophie Munro on the deep cover boundary. A lovely throw in, ensures they can only take a single. That is played defensively back to the bowler, nicely bowled. I knew there was something I was going to tell you. Do you remember? Well, you will remember, obviously.
No, this is a test. I don't know what I had for dinner last night, Guy.
No. Scarlett Hughes,
Scarlett Hughes, yeah.
who's just moved to the Blaze. I found out 2 days ago I used to babysit for her mum.
Oh, wow.
And her 2 sisters.
Was it when Scarlett was younger? Or
No. This was when her mum was younger than Scarlett. So.
Oh, wow.
So that was something of a shock as that was played out into the offside. They go for a single, bit of a misfield, and they go through very easily indeed.
Yeah, I believe she's had a pretty bad concussion actually this year, which is why we haven't seen much of her. She's due to make her comeback in a second team. Well, I think she made a comeback Thursday in a second team game. I didn't actually look at the scores, but But yeah, she's missed a bit of cricket again. We were really pleased when Blaze picked her up and gave her an opportunity. But
Of course.
to see anyone struggling with injuries is not nice.
Well, if you're watching Scarlett, hope you're feeling better.
And if you want to know anything about your mum when she was younger,
Exactly.
give Guy a call.
Exactly.
Is the answer.
She was always very well behaved, along with her sisters Emma and Claire.
Yeah.
That's right.
There you go.
The Bird family.
Yes. Jess, I believe. It's not Jess, is it? I've forgotten her name.
No,
I should know
no.
her name. I know what it is. Jeff, I'm getting confused with someone that plays for Essex here.
And her dad, Keith Bird, who was a top man. So that was her granddad, and that's flicked into the onside, and they go for a couple of runs. Good work in the deep, but when you've got that much ground to cover, Eva Gray, you do well to just keep them down to 2. End of the over. Score goes up to 41 without loss after 8, so in a very similar manner to Sunrisers, as we were saying earlier. The Sunrisers were 42 without loss after 8, so it is,
there you go.
it's a pretty mirror image at the moment, these two innings.
I didn't think it would be long before we saw a bit of spin.
Ball for the Grey
And
Gooch
here
end,
comes Maddie Villiers.
Well, we saw how big a role spin played in earlier, and it really did change the game. So Maddie Villiers coming on in the 9th over is no bad thing, having seen how the Thunder spinners turn things around. Bit of air, nicely played though, already on the sweep almost before the ball had been played. Maddie Villiers is a little bit upset. They come back for 3. So yeah, looking for that lap even before the ball was bowled. On this occasion, Emma Lamb. Maddie Villiers gives that a little bit of air, good to see. It's clipped up to mid-off, but almost hit too well, no chance of a run. Just a bit of a quicker ball, and it's gone down the leg side, so it's going to be wides, and it's going to be a number of wides. And they run 2, so that'll be 3 wides. And another ball to bowl, and suddenly a slightly expensive over.
Yeah, she'll be backing herself to pull it back.
Yeah. You're checking for the kick-off time. Flying.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet, is it?
No, you're safe.
Anyway,
you're
the
safe.
cricket's much more exciting.
Exactly. Did I mention kick-off time? I didn't mention kick-off time.
You did that because I walked in and said, I'll do the first few overs of the game, then I can get back and turn the TV on in the changing room.
But you've got a lot of stuff to do.
Thoroughly unprofessional.
No, you've got a lot of stuff to
and
do.
To be honest, actually, it was an hour earlier than I thought, so...
And that's cuffed away, and oh, what a good stop. Brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, she owes Jodie Grewcock a little high five there. She got her out of jail.
Deserved one. That was looked for from the minute it was. That's a better delivery. And he's met defensively back to the bowler, who now has the one punishment ball for the wide earlier.
Let's make it a wicket.
Yeah, that would be good. Ooh, and that's cut above slip. A very nice shot actually, but not without its risk. But in the end, nicely played, and probably a little too much width as far as Maddie Villiers was concerned, and the 50 comes up. 11 runs from that over. 52 without loss. Certainly Lizzie McLeod at slip would have been interested for half a second or so. And we're going to have spin from both ends.
Yeah, it looks like Jodie Grewcock's coming back on at this end. It's a difficult job as a spinner, especially in the power play.
Exactly.
You've only got two people out. You want to keep the pressure on because you're desperately searching for that wicket that will get the new batter in. So, Maddie will be disappointed with going for that many in her first over. I think she'll be very realistic that her job was to attack and to keep taking the game forward.
Well, this is the last over before the end of the power play, so tough for Grewcock. Just drops it a little bit short, but has the fielder out on the deep cover boundary for that cut shot. Flo Miller doing her usual work in the deep. That's a better delivery from Danny Grewcock. Cut bust back with a square, but they're very quick onto the single, these two Thunder batters.
Yeah, they've run really well. Anytime someone has to move to the left or right, you probably know that you've got an opportunity that she's going to be picking that up and probably having to get around to throw with her dominant hand.
Jodie Grewcock in again, gives that a nice bit of it. Oh, and there's a thick outside edge.
And it's the first time the slip had come out, wasn't it? So
yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate. I was just thinking that if anyone out there, the cricketing gods owe a little bit of fortune to, it's Jodie Grewcock after the way she got out earlier.
Oh, yes.
How unlucky are you? It's
how rare is
what
that?
A lovely shot from the other end, but it catches a finger. No one can tell you they mean that.
No.
And she's stranded.
No, the umpire was almost apologetic when they had to give her out because she was out of a crease. And
yeah. The only question was whether it came off the fielder or not, and once they tell you it has, then I guess you got to go, haven't you? But
it did look from the replays as if there had been a touch.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. It happens in the game. Like, she wasn't a long way out. She certainly wasn't trying to steal anything,
no.
but she found herself stranded. So cricketing gods owe her, I think.
Yeah, Cordelia. That was probably Cordelia Griffith's best shot as well. Yeah, nailed it. Right. That is turned around the corner, and they do go for a very quick single. Again, well spotted by the person calling for the ball to go behind the wicket. That is the end of the over. There have been 5 singles from it, 57 without loss after 10. And Jodie Grewcock, as Danny said, desperately unlucky earlier. She batted nicely too. She'd reached 17, just about to go up a gear, and then was run out backing up. As a drive cannoned off the fingers of the bowler into the stumps. That was Fee Morris, who was the bowler. Right, power play is over, so the spinners have a bit of protection now. It will still be Maddie Villiers to continue from the Graham Gooch end. And there's a little edge dabbed down, and on this occasion there is no quick single. As Kate Kopak was in. Is it Kopak or Kopak? I've heard.
It's Kopak, as far as I'm aware.
I will go with Kopak. No, it's just the stadium announcer said Kopak, so I thought maybe I've been getting it wrong all these years. So
I've learnt a long time ago that don't let stadium announcers
you're
guide you on,
right.
on how to say things.
And the old rule was double the consonant to keep the vowels short, so double P means it should be Kopak, yeah. And that's, again, nicely delivered. Stopped eventually in the covers by Cordelia Griffith, but they can go through for a pretty straightforward single.
Yeah, I'm going with her nickname's Copy, so it wouldn't sound great at Copy, would it? Let's be honest.
No, that's true. I think it is definitely Kopak.
In a northern twang. Sounds about right.
Oh, they do go for a quick run, and it was well called again. Emma Lamb is judging these singles really, really nicely. It was her call. She had just played it softly up to a deepish mid-off. There was still time for Seren Smale to get safely to the striker's end, and that's dab backward of square. This time, however, if it's anywhere near Kate Kopak, then no one is taking her arm on.
No, she's a live wire in everything that she does.
Oh, and that's well bowled. Turns past the attempted, well, indeterminate prod outside off stump from Smale. Nicely bowled. She'll be pleased to see a bit of turn as well.
Yeah.
That, however, is pitched a bit fuller and swung into the deep, where Flo Miller just does absolutely brilliantly.
Isn't it ironic that you get the same number of runs for that as that slightly fudged single earlier in their run
Exactly.
when they were both standing at the other end? It doesn't feel like there's justice, does there? But Flo did brilliantly to get around. She made it look easy. She probably stopped to tie her shoelaces halfway there and still kept it down to a single.
No, quite right. No, I doubt they'll ever have a chance to add style into the scoring system
points,
as well,
yeah.
so you get extra points.
You don't need VAR ambiguity around here.
No, quite.
Yeah,
No, that wasn't stylish enough. It's only a single.
Get on with the game. We were saying earlier, actually, it feels like sometimes you deserve double for the wides if it's really, really wide.
Yes. And that is nice from Jodie Grewcock. She's really taking the pace off the ball. She's bowling properly slowly with that delivery and making the batters work. She's got the field now much more comfortably spread to stop the big shots. That's a bit too much air though. That's full toss. But one for the batter, it didn't carry into the deep, and there was good work in the deep by Eva Gray as well to ensure there's only a single. Got away with it ever so slightly on that occasion, Jodie Grewcock. Down the wicket, and that's a brilliant catch. Diving forward, superb catch. I think it was Sophie, wasn't it?
No, Maddie Villiers in
Maggie
there.
Villiers in
you
there.
were the one telling me earlier what a great fielder she was in
There
there.
she is.
So there she was. And I was just actually looking around because we were talking about you're out of power play now, chance to spread your field. She still kept the two out. We had a slip in and we were pretty tight in the ring, and she's got her reward.
Superb
32.
pick up, brilliant diving forward, and a big wicket as well. Sarah
Incoming
Smale had
batter is
batted
Katie
very
Mack.
nicely indeed, but she has now gone.
Yeah, as you get out of the power play, the game changes ever so slightly because you're seeing it. You're going along at 6-7 runs when you've got that opportunity to beat the bat and get over the boundary. When they're cut off, and there's been some really good pressure built up. The over that Maddie bowled at the other end started to put that back on them, and it gave Jodie the opportunity. Look, we know what Jodie does. She'll bowl at the stumps without much pace. She'll get a couple to turn, but her biggest threat is how it dips on you as a batter.
Yeah.
So she'll keep doing that and make you work hard for your runs. And there was absolutely nothing in there, was there?
No, I think that I wouldn't say that's finally getting the bonus she deserved for the way she was out, but that was a heck of a catch to ensure she picked up her first wicket.
When she rips this one past the prod forward and takes out off stump, we'll give it to her.
Okay, fair play. Jodie Grewcock again. Oh, nicely bowled. Really does have nice drift, and the new batter having to treat her with enormous caution, understandably. That's cut just backward of square, but hit hard enough to the fielder that they can't take one of the quick singles that has been a feature of the opening partnership that was worth 63 before Sarah Smale went. Oof. And a bold leave to finish the over. What a good over it was, though. And was that the 12th over?
Yeah, it's 12th over. I think it was 2 from it. Our screen's frozen in here, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
12th
happens.
over, 63 for 1.
No, that was very good from Grewcock on a big wicket because Smale is such a dangerous player. Just warming up.
Yeah, the key to our defence here is to make sure that one end is always open, I suppose, and keep chipping away, pick up those wickets.
Absolutely. And it is to continue. Maddie Villiers, who took that brilliant catch to dismiss Smale. Now getting on with her other job. And there's a good throw in on this occasion too, but well run.
We know very well the quality that Katie Mack brings to their side, having spent a lot of time watching her bat at Old Trafford in the reverse fixture this season. So it'll be very nice to get a couple of back-to-back wickets here and really throw the pressure back.
Absolutely. And the break has been applied a little bit over the last 3 overs. There's no two ways about it. As well as that wicket. Played with the turn, but straight to the fielder. There's an apology from Cordelia Griffith. The throw was a little bit on the wild side.
Yeah, I think it's actually Amusa and Kuma's come
Sorry,
on as a sub-fielder.
oh,
so
thank you.
She'll be blaming the fact that she hasn't got the pace of the ground yet.
And I've also just seen Cordelia on the other side of the ground, so apologies, Cordelia Griffiths. And that is punched back to the bowler, nicely fielded. Yes, Amu Surinnkuma, 17 years old now. And that is flicked to her again, and the spin goes past the young fielder.
Yeah, she won't be happy with that, that's for sure. She might be young, but she has very high standards, and she's a really exciting cricketer. Probably slightly unfortunate not to be in the starting 11 because she finished the T20 campaign really well, but missed out on this occasion. But she'll be banging on the door, that's for sure.
That's flighted nicely and smacked her. Oh, and it's poor fielding. I'm sorry, that is one that...
yeah, it's one where the coaches say you can't do the second job before you've done the first job, and I think Jo was
Gardner
throwing that one into the stumps before it got there. So
4 runs to finish that over, which is always a bit annoying when you're a bowler. Particularly as it's driven straight at the fielder. .69 for 1 after 13. Grewcock to continue. Goodness me, it's getting quite warm in here now. And that is a little inside edge just dabbed down in front. Nicely bowled. Just keeping the pressure on. Yes, we have got a frozen screen, haven't we?
Yeah, it's like it's attached to a computer somewhere, but we have no way of making this work, do we? So like, I'm giving it a whack, and but I don't know who controls this. If you're listening, press refresh on our laptop, will you?
I heard it was Ghost earlier.
the ghost of the
there is a man
IT
with a cat
setup.
saying Ghost on it. So defensively played again, nicely bowled. This is very tidy indeed from Jodie Grewcock. And that's hit well. First I thought possibly it might be mishit and there'd be a chance for mid-on, but it was absolutely nailed, and 1 or 2 bounces into the boundary. Not quite a 6. But that does happen if you're a spinner. Every so often someone's going to get to the pitch and do that.
Yeah, it came straight down towards us here. We were staring that one in the barrel. I thought we had a catch at one point. It sounded so good off the bat.
And that's cut nicely backward of square, but No run.
I'd imagine that we'll start to see Grace Scrivens juggling her bowling resources shortly. Don't let them settle. There's a lot of options. Nearly a caught and
How
bowled
was
there.
that? That was I was looking over at the screen, and of course there is no screen.
We won't get a replay. We'll just go with it. It looked to me like it was a caught and bowled. That it was a sharp one. It came back at her very quickly.
It did. I have got it actually here, so we can see it a bit late.
See the replay. There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't far away from the left hand of Danny Grucock. That is the end of the over. Another 6 runs from that one, 75 for 1. As we come up to the 15th over at the same time, 73 without loss. Was the Sunrisers score as that's played out. But they keep it down to just the 1. It's nicely placed. Sometimes if you put them into the empty spaces, you can turn around and go for the 2, but not on this occasion. Well, no change yet from Grace Scriven. Villiers to continue. That's it, and that's driven very sweetly. That'll be 4. Lovely, lovely shot. Good use of the feet, beautifully timed, and even fielders who have been so good at cutting off the boundaries, there's nothing they could do about that one. Now Jodie Grucock being just sent a tad deeper by Maddie Villiers, and you can understand why. That's driven. Nice stop by Cordelia Griffiths, well fielded. Can't stop the single, but she can stop any more. Just short of a length and just dab backward of square. This could go all the way. Yes, it did go all the way. So yes, Danny, you called it. You said juggle up the attack a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see what her move is in the next over. I don't see anyone currently warming up. They've obviously got the bowlers that have already bowled. We've got Sophie Munro to bring into the attack. We've got Grace Scrivens herself and Jo Gardner as other off-spinning options. So there's plenty for her to play with.
Well, this is again. She started with an 11 run over Maddie Villiers, and this has been another slightly expensive one, and that is played out into the covers. There is no run. That is the end of the over, but 11 from it. 86 for 1 after 15. And certainly you have to say at the moment Thunder are up with the required run rate. They're going at fractionally under 6 and over. A couple of wickets will come in handy.
Yeah, it changes the game, doesn't it? So you just got to stick in there. Like when you realise that there's still 170 runs to win, which is quite a long way to go if you lose a couple of wickets. So you've just got to keep believing, keep coming at them, keep executing your skills as well as you can.
Grucock to continue, and that is superbly played by Emma Lamb. She chips it not only over the bowler but between the mid-on and mid-off, and it goes dead straight for 4. Really good placement. She moves into the 40s. In fact, she moves to 45 with that shot. Scrivens has a bit of a chat with her bowler, and that just pushed through a little bit quicker and played into the leg side, no run. That's again played to that backward square position, which you Field should be saving a single, but taken a lot of singles too. Regardless of who's fielding there. That's well bowled. And in the end, Katie Mack doesn't quite get to the pitch and can only scuff it out into the leg side. This time, however, she moves down the wicket, turns a full-length delivery into a full toss, clips it away for 4 more. So after Jodie Grucock's excellent first few overs, just shedding a few runs in this one.
I'm wondering about the keeping the slip-in tactic. I'm not sure I see this as being a wicket-taking option.
The way
the pitch is playing and these batters are seeing the ball.
There's been one shot that's gone there, and that was when there was no slip there.
It's not a coincidence, is it?
It really isn't.
You think it's unlucky, but when you know there's no slip there, you play with a little bit more freedom.
True.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like we've got an opportunity here to dry up some runs. So use your 4 out and be smart. We've got Sophie Monroe coming on for a bowl, so as you say, shuffle the pack, see. Yeah, use your options. There's some real quality in that bowling attack there.
They were just looking a little bit comfortable, weren't they? So Sophie Monroe coming into the attack. She played 5 matches earlier in the tournament, 8 wickets at just over 15 and 3 for 28 best figures, but tidy as well as taking wickets regularly.
Sophie Monroe.
She has some brilliant white ball skills. She's a very skillful bowler, so we're going to need all of those now to try and bash this game back open.
Yeah, it's always the same, but it's always the same, isn't it? 2 wickets and it's a completely
Totally different game. So we're remaining positive. Keep doing the skills well.
Absolutely. Sophie Monroe. Oh, and she immediately gets a play and a miss outside off stump. A little bit of a dab from Emma Lamb, and sensible this probably from Grace Scriven. They were just 2 batters were just getting used to the slower bowlers, and to just put on someone who's got a little bit more about them on the pace front, just causing a few issues. Sophie Monroe, that's just turned into the leg side. He'll only get 1. Flo Miller doing the yards again. No, actually it wasn't, was it? Maddie Villiers has gone out there. She's everywhere.
Clone her.
Yeah, I keep claiming someone else has done something, and it's always Maddie Villiers.
Just clone her. A team of Maddie Villiers. A bloody good cricket team, that, I tell you.
Wouldn't it just? Sophie Monroe in once again. And that's just again helped into the leg side. Where Maddie Villiers fires it in at the stumps. And Amara Carr.
Maddie's touched the ball as many times in this over as she did when she bowled the previous one from this end, hasn't she?
It's weird, isn't it? It's following her. It's definitely following her.
If she wants to try and pick one up and put it over her head and put it straight in her hands, that would be a bonus too.
And again, trying every single time to try and play the ball into the leg side, manage it again, stepping just outside off stump to play it fine, but only another single. Oh, and wide, but not that wide. There's a bit of a stare going on from Katie Mack, who thought possibly that was flirting with the extras. The umpire happy.
Wide. We've got a blue line there. Even I can see that from here. So
Exactly.
didn't
I'm
look
just
like it was
I'm
too
just
far
reporting.
outside it,
I'm
yeah.
just reporting. Oh, our screen's working again. And that is they go late for this one. Oh, and if it had hit, there was a chance. It was a tough throw. It was the skipper, Grace Scrivens, who suddenly saw that there was a chance. But they get through for the single. Tidy over though from Sophie Munro. I think just the 3 from it.
4 from it.
Four
I think
from it.
our screen was temporarily back. It's gone again.
Okay,
Come on,
99
Ghost.
for 1.
Sort it out in here.
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. So
It's just putting pressure on us to actually see it first time, isn't it?
it is. It is. Though I'm now cheating happily. So
We've got a laptop. We can do it ourselves. We don't need you.
except there is a delay. Always a delay, but we can see replays, which is good. So to continue, Jodie Grucock. So spin at one end rather than both. Oh, and that's played on the up, but perfectly safely. And that will be
Thunder's 100.
100 up for. I was just wondering if it was 50, but it was the 100 up. It's the 100 up, hence the smattering of applause for Lancashire Thunder. Full toss. Oh, and this is dinked up. This should be out. Well, what an extraordinary wicket.
Well,
It's probably the
sometimes
worst
you don't
ball.
need to bowl your best ball, do you?
That is the piece of luck she deserved.
Yeah,
She
that
bowled a
is.
filthy full toss down the leg side, and it's been dinked up for practice, catching practice, by, of all people, Emma Lamb, who was in terrific form and was 48 not out. And well done.
Emma Lamb was caught by Lizzie McLeod.
I was also about to say that she's come back on, and as
48
much as I
runs.
want us to keep pushing, she's kept her slipping. We've still got mid on and mid off up.
Yeah.
First ball, that's what the field was. Second ball, because obviously Katie Mack was left right. Second ball, they took Lizzie McLeod out of slip.
Oh, clever. Yes,
stuck
well
her in at
spotted.
short fine leg, and
The incoming
look what
batter
happens.
is
The
Phoebe
pressure
Morris.
of having a short fine leg in, and she just pops it up in the air to her.
Well, 100 for 2, and now both openers are back in the hutch, and that could change the way this match goes. But there was a good knock from Emma Lamb, but she'll be desperately disappointed to have got to 48 and got out like that. Now we've got lengthy chat between the two Thunder batters and the umpires.
Yeah, I was picking that one up. What's going on here?
Not
You
quite.
can't be talking about whether you crossed, because it doesn't matter anymore whether you cross.
No, exactly.
So it's not even worth a conversation. Go back to your end non-striker and let the new batter face. That's the rule. That's been the rule for a year.
Well-
See, I don't know what that was. They were checking helmets, wasn't checking bat size. You saw that in the T20. Their bat
Yeah.
gauge out every time a new batter walked out. But
Oh, really?
yeah, we
Weird.
can't use too big a piece of wood these days. But they only last about a week. They're that well pressed. So.
Goodness me, it's a change, isn't it? It's bats. Oh well.
Whatever they said, we're back in action, and Jodie's here to try and get a third.
And that's immediately played rather nicely by, I think it's Fee Morris who's come out at number 4. Yes, it is. She bowled Will earlier. Can she bat Will now?
Maybe they were talking about Fee Morris's choice of bright fluorescent orange shoes and a full red kit on.
What do you think? It might have been a taste problem.
Yeah.
Oh, or Sunriser's shoes.
Yeah, like I'm not so sure. I might put my sunglasses on just watching her from up here with those
They
shoes.
are orange.
If the light starts to go, we'll be fine. We won't need the sunlights today. It's like, wow. Like, all I could see when she played that shot was her feet.
As it's funny, I've seen lots of the orange bases to the shoes, but these are orange tops. Clash. It doesn't go. Orange and red doesn't. Sorry. Possibly in a garden. And that's flicked into the leg side. There is no run. Nicely bowled.
I will never pretend to know anything about fashion, but when someone hits you quite that hard, you're like, oh.
No, they are full force. That's nicely driven. There is a player out there, Joe Gardner, who will keep them down to a single. This is turning out to be a good over for the Sunrisers and a very good one indeed for Jodie Grucock. Picked up a wicket with easily the worst ball of this over so far. Otherwise she's bowled really nicely. And that is driven back to her. And that is the end of just the over her side needed. Just 3 runs from it and a wicket. And now 102 for 2 after 18. So required is just over 5.
On the screen.
Oh goodness, you're right.
Required is just over 5.
Oh,
5.7 at the moment. So.
Our TV with the scorecards gone off as well for some reason. I don't know what's happened.
DLS is still very much on the batting side, but that changes quickly as you get later into the game.
Yeah,
so
again,
you got to just keep doing your skills really well, put them under pressure. We've got 2 relatively new bats in here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Katie Mack's been in for 20 odd minutes, but she's also relatively new to the crease. And
it will be Sophie Munro to continue. Oh, and there's a little, tries to play the guide shot outside off stump. Now the slip is missing, but misses. I think the chances of it raining again are remote, said he hopefully.
It's very nice fluffy little clouds up there with the blue sky behind them, so I think we're okay. I was just peering my head out to see where the fielders were.
And as that's cut away nicely, but
from where there were 2 fielders, whether it dissected them nicely. We did have a.
It did.
Yeah, had a third man out, and we were a relatively straight third man, and we had a cover out, but that dissected them perfectly.
Too much width on that occasion from Sophie Munro, and Katie Mack was on it very quickly indeed. Rare loose ball in the last 4 or 5 overs. They've been pretty tight. That's better. But down on one knee, it's swept away. Good shot. And they think about 2. But good fielding in the deep on that occasion means that there is only the 1. Possibly were 2, but
I'm not sure when you see who's picked the ball up, and
it's
your favourite Maddie Villiers.
It's Maddie Villiers. Oh, I wouldn't know, definitely.
You wouldn't be turning around there.
And it's amazing how that gets in the team's head.
It's part of your thinking, isn't it? You study the fielders, you know what they do, you know exactly what they bring to the game.
I'm sure those orange shoes weren't. I'm sure she wasn't bowling in those orange shoes. I remembered them. Oh, and that's a full toss, and it swung away, but it could be straight down the fielder's throat, and it is. Well, that's another bonus wicket. That's 2 full tosses in the last 2 overs and 2 wickets from them. Suddenly, Katie Mack's eyes lit up, and she went for the long boundary, and there was Maddie Villiers.
It was Phoebe Morris, wasn't it? We were just talking about the orange shoes and everything.
Yeah.
Guy, the excitement is getting
to you.
It
was. Phoebe Morris has gone.
Send help.
Send help. Phoebe Morris has gone.
Yeah, so they changed the field there, and I'm sure that the analysts and the coaches are going to be taking some credit there, that there would have been a preset plan that said, okay, we did have a fine leg and a deep backward square, let's move that round. So we had and everyone went round, Maddie went round to deep mid-wicket, and just don't use the pitch, basically.
Yeah.
Facilities are overrated. It is ridiculous how often, and it's full tosses that can get wickets in many ways, but that deep mid-wicket fielder, look, as soon as you bowl a full toss, they seem to just come into the game, don't they? It's ridiculous.
Well,
the incoming batter is Ellie Threlgeld.
So the skipper is coming in after the end of Phoebe Morris. I did absolutely get the wrong batter. Phoebe Morris goes for just 1, and suddenly the pressure is on. 107 for 3, and this is almost exactly what happened to the Sunrisers. As the skipper comes out, Ellie Threlkeld. Oh, and there's an edge first ball. And that was a good delivery.
That was a great great delivery. She flashed hard, and it went flying past Amara Carr. I think she might have got a bit of a glove on it. Whoever picked that one up could have helped a little bit better there. Poor helmet got a bit of a knock.
I think the sporting gods there, they thought, well, we've just given you a wicket for a filthy full toss. Your next really good delivery will go for 4. Little unfair, but the score goes up to 111.
A little bit of nip there off the pitch, that one from Sophie. Finished the over brilliantly.
She did. 111 for 3. A couple of boundaries off the over. One intended, but the next one not. As it is, the 3rd wicket has gone down, and that's the important bit at this stage in proceedings. So they are scoring briskly, but the 3 wickets are now down.
Yeah, I think we've remained relatively attacking here. Certainly with Jodie Grewcock at this end, she's not used her 4 fielders out until now. Looks like she's just pushed Joe Gardner back to long on to further defend that leg side.
And that's just turned backward of square, and they're going to go round for 2 this time, because Izzy McLeod had to make a lot of ground from short mid-wicket to essentially fine leg to drag them back, but they take 2.
Yeah, it's a deliberate plan here. She's in a kind of square mid-wicket. So get my microphone put back in the right place. Schoolgirl error.
Well, no, I just didn't want to be the loud bloke. No one likes that. As that is driven straight to Cordelia Griffith, it feels nicely. This is a good long spell from Jenny Grewcock, and that's turned into the leg side. They think about a single, but then think better of it as Izzy McLeod moves sharply to her right.
There's almost 2 mid-wickets, isn't there? Maddie Villiers is pretty straight there, and Lizzie McLeod's almost a square mid-wicket.
You see that more and more these days. It's and that could be a wide. Yes, it is. A little bit unlucky, because the batter is definitely stepping outside off to try and smack the ball onto the leg side. So that is driven straight, but Joe Gardner will keep them down to 1. And this match still, you feel, a bit on a knife edge. Thunder are going nicely as far as the scoring rate are concerned, but have lost more wickets at this stage than Sunrisers, but we know Sunrisers had a bit of a middle order collapse. Just waiting for the field everybody wants. Nicely bowled, really nicely bowled. Big stride forward on this occasion from Ellie Threlkeld, just to play it defensively though. Rocks back this time and punches it into the covers. Lovely fielding again. Flo Miller is out there, I have got that right for once.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers getting back into mid-wicket there, didn't she, as they changed the plan up slightly. New batter at the crease.
Absolutely. But with Flo Miller and Maddie Villiers just fielding so well on either side of the wicket at the moment. Just seeing how Ellie Threlkeld has she's played, this is her 7th match obviously as skipper. She's played them all so far in the tournament. 78 runs, high score of 32. In fact, 2 of the high scores for the Thunder came in the reverse fixture, understandably.
Unfortunately, yes, I remember watching that one.
which did turn into a thumping victory for the Lancashire side, but one of only 2 defeats for the Sunrisers this season to go along with the 4 victories. And we now have a slip back in. Cordelia Griffith has gone back in as slip for Sophie Munro, and that's allowed to pass outside in almost test match fashion. And there is no run. As Ellie Threlkeld just gets her eye in, quite rightly this time. Only had the 20 overs so far, so we've got another 28 to go. Oh, and that's rears off a length. Lovely delivery. A little bit of extra pace there from Sophie Munro. She's picked up a 9th wicket of the competition so far. So that's driven straight, but there is a fielder there and it wasn't quite timed by Ellie Threlkeld. So again, another dot ball and the pressure mounts. Sophie Munro. Oh, and beats the outside edge. A little bit of movement away from the bat. It started fairly wide, but Ellie Threlkeld went at it. Luckily for the Thunder captain, didn't get the edge. You can see why they put a slip in.
Yeah, it's the bounce she's getting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is what we haven't seen so far from our seamers. She's really hitting the pitch.
Sending Flo Miller into the deep. Well bowled again. Defensively played back to the bowler. And Sophie Munro really keeping the pressure on here. Are we working? Oh, yeah.
We're a couple of overs behind on the board here, aren't we?
We are. You're absolutely right.
So there's 1 ball to go in this. It's, yeah, what's going to break? It's been a brilliant over so far from Sophie Munro.
And that will be a wide. She's cross with herself because you can see exactly what she was trying to do. She'd seen the tempter just short of a length outside off stump, but had got the play and the miss. Trying to put the ball in the same place, but just put it a little too wide. So she'll have to bowl that one again.
I think she was enjoying herself so much she didn't want to finish, did she?
Someone will undoubtedly tell her that. Oh, and that's well bowled too. Spits up a bit at the batter, who manages to keep it under control and play it into the mid-wicket region. But that is the end of a really, really good over from Sophie Munro. And I don't think, the way things are going at the moment, they'll be hugely disappointed by the fact that Ellie Threlkeld managed to nick the strike at the end of that over.
No, I think you want to let the new batter face as many as you can. What's she been in for now? 10 balls. 6 of which were just from Sophie Munro there, so she's not been here for particularly long.
So it will be Jodie Grucock to continue. And that's just dropped down. Not exactly where the batter meant. It just goes backward a square and they go through for a single.
Yeah, they've run really well. They've controlled that ring thus far.
Just having a look at the worm, and they're just above the run rate. Down the wicket, can only clip it to Maddie Villiers, who now seems to be fielding extra cover, which is where she took a fabulous catch earlier today. Down the wicket, but straight back to Jodie Grewcock, who fields nicely in a follow through.
See, Katie Mack really wants to get on with things here, doesn't she? So Jodie will be getting slightly excited.
Jodie in again, slightly flatter, and that's just helped round the corner. And this is going to be a very, very long run indeed to try and save 4, which is successfully completed. And there's a good throw. They do take 3, but that was great work on the boundary. Was that Flo again?
No, I think it's Kate Kopak.
Oh yeah.
The flowing hair, yeah, flows at a sort of deep cover point.
Yeah, she had to run a...
Oh, no, deep mid-wicket, sorry, we're bowling from the wrong end.
Very quick along the ground. She really did race round to...
It's downhill that way, it's fine.
So you were single. God, that's harsh. And that's flick round the corner just for a single.
Again, she does cover ground brilliantly, and she's a good outfielder.
5 then from the over so far. And using her feet well, and that's placed nicely as well. But a brilliant stop once again.
Eva Gray out there on
Eva
the cover
Gray.
boundary, made up a lot of ground, put in the dive, brilliant stop. I think actually it's been a feature of the game. The Thunder's outfielding was absolutely brilliant. They pulled off a couple of fantastic fielding or boundary saves earlier on. We've got to match them and beat them. That's the key here.
And at the moment that's happening on the boundaries. There have been some fantastic stops, and that was another one from Eva Gray. That looked like a 4 from the moment it was laced through the covers, but was dragged in and only 2. So 7 though off the over. 125 for 3 after 22. That will be Sophie Munro, understandably, to continue. She's done a really good job since coming on at the Graham Gooch end, and that is full and dug out rather by the batter. Thrill killed. Oh, and that's wide and cut away, and there'll be nothing they can do to stop that one. It was wide and short, it was there to be hit, and that's exactly what Ellie Threlkeld did. She's probably bowled 2 poor balls in her spell so far. One got a wicket and that one just got absolutely correctly cracked away for 4 backward a square.
She's bowled a few very good balls that haven't got the wicket though, so
exactly. Oh no, she deserved the wicket.
There's time to come back.
Sophie Munro in again, and that's nicely played into the leg side. They go very fast for the first, but the fielding is splendid again from Maddie Villiers, who's now out on the boundary again.
Look, if in doubt, it's just probably Maddie Villiers picked it up. and definitely you could see that there was very little intention from Katie Mack once she knew it was going towards Maddie Villiers' hand.
Exactly.
She didn't really turn to come back for that second.
No, that'll be the 1, thanks. That's another nice delivery. It's actually well played, but not 100% convincingly, but dabbed down through the vacant slip area, and they go through for another single. 130 to the 130s now. Both batters in double figures, so beginning to get set. Now the wicket would be handy as far as the Sunrisers are concerned at the moment. Slower ball, and a good slower ball. Really did do for Threlkeld. There was understandably I want to appeal for something, but not out. LB. But well bowled. probably missing leg. And that's a nice drive straight to the fielder. It's nicely snaffled. That is the end of the over. 131 for 3 after 23. 123 for 1 at this stage, the Sunrisers.
Yeah, as you say, a wicket would be very handy here. You want the game to go as deep as you can, and a wicket before we assumedly break for drinks in a couple of overs' time would put the game in the balance for the second half.
A change of end for Maddie Villiers. She was bowling from the Graham Gooch end earlier for her opening spell. She's now switched to the Sir Alistair Cook end. Danny just checking where the fielders are. Comes down the wicket, but only just gets to it, and it's in the end played defensively by Katie Mack into the covers.
Yeah, we've got a deep cover point, a long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square.
So there is protection, and that is rather gloved round the corner. And Izzy McLeod is quickly onto it, but not quickly enough to stop the single.
Change here for Ellie Thalkeld. Looks like they've brought long on up to mid on. We've still got the other two out on the leg side, but backward square, more in a square mid wicket.
Villiers in. And that's just turned round the corner again. Izzy McLeod has to make ground. Keeps them down to the single once again. Lovely ball from Maddie Villiers. Katie Mack didn't look in complete control of that, but she's taken a big enough stride forward to at least negate any worse problems than the one she found herself in. Comes down the wicket this time and drives it out square. There'll only be one. Maddie Villiers just waiting until everyone's settled. Outside off stump, ball doesn't spin very much. That is a very, very tidy over. Just what was required. We're halfway through the innings. 134 for 3 at the same stage. Well, the Sunrisers were 130 for 1, so not much in it except those 2 wickets. But we are set up for a thrilling final quarter of this match. Remember, the target is 255. So another 121 required from 24 overs. We had a lengthy drinks delay after an hour earlier, and it's probably right because they're certainly feeling considerably warmer than it was earlier in the day.
Yeah, when the sun's out, it's pretty hot at the moment, isn't it? It's that time of year, so it.
You'd hope it is, yeah. Sort of end of June, beginning of July. Lovely time to be playing cricket.
Which is good because there's a lot of cricket on today, isn't there? There's
huge.
The first over 4 round of county championship matches in the guys' side, 4 matches in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and England women were in action.
Oh, they were?
I say were because I expect them to have finished the game by now, and I haven't looked since I sat down with you a while ago. So they won by 8 wickets up at New Road in Worcester, bowling New Zealand out for 141. Who did the damage there? Sophie Eccleston, funnily enough, 5 for 25. Quite nice to see her taking wickets and not against us. And then Maya Boucher hit 100 not out in return, so it took them less than 25 overs to hit the 140 to win, so 142 to win.
It's another terrific win for England's women. That's the second big win against New Zealand. We're just looking at the screen at the moment of the Manhattan, the rate at which the runs are being scored. And we can see that one very good over for the Sunrisers. That was when, just before she was out, the skipper went bonkers. Grace Scrivens, I think, hit at least 3 fours in a single over. Here we go with the Thunder scorecard. And again, the two openers, just as happened with the Sunrisers, made good starts. And you can see what happened in both cases when the openers were out. Things slowed down a bit. The occasional big over, but certainly that period for the Sunrisers between overs 25 and 35 was the least productive. Jodie Grucott bowled very nicely indeed for her 2 wickets that you can see there. 7 overs, 2 for 37. And the other wicket going the way of Sophie Munro, has 1 for 21 from her 4 currently. Saw a good spell earlier on from Kate Kopak. She really did bowl well, 4 overs for 19 when they were really looking to attack the 2 Thunder openers. But we are ready to go again. Everyone is ready. Sophie Munro continues, and that's flicked down the leg side. Just straying onto middle and leg, but they'll only get a single. Someone down at fine leg. Was the fielding just out of my view?
Lissy McLeod down there. She's been in most positions today as well, Lissy McLeod. She's covered a bit of ground from slip to deep backwards square leg to out there now at
yeah, she was been largely close to the wicket, but now seems to have been banished. And that is really nicely bowled, fired in at toes of Ellie Threlkeld, and she can only dig it out back to Munro, who's putting in a terrific stint for her team at the moment.
Yeah, she's only doing her best to break this open, isn't she, and get the game back in the balance.
And that again tucks her up for room. She can only play it out into the onside, and there is no run. Nice nagging length that as well. Difficult to score off.
Yeah, so she's done really well in this spell. Just identify the length that's going to make it difficult for the bowlers, and then every now and again just chucked a variation in to set them up.
Oh, and again slower ball does for Ellie Threlkeld. There's a bit of a dab at it. A decent list day average. Sophie Munro, 22.5. That's driven back to her. She feels it. And at the moment, after that drinks break, Ellie Threlkeld struggling to regain her touch. There's also the small matter of some excellent bowling. That's flicked into the leg side. They'll certainly get one. I think that will probably be it. And you can see why. Lovely bit of fielding. Do I need to name the fielder?
You don't, Guy. As soon as they knew it was going there, then There was
Yes,
no
one.
intention of a second run. I think for 90% of the fielders you come across, they will probably have turned and come back there and just given it a go, but they certainly weren't going to risk anything there. But 2 from the first over back after drinks was incredibly tidy and a really great start for us as Sunrisers to start this second half of the second innings, so last quarter as you called it.
Yes, last quarter of this match. And that was a really tidy over, and it will be Maddie Villiers who will continue to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Oh, and a slightly unlucky wide. Particularly she was appealing for leg before. Maybe she was appealing for leg before to stop the wide. But
I think there might have been a little bit of trickery there, and like, did they get a little tickle into the gloves of the keeper there?
it was a fairly harsh wide, but it was down the leg side just. So there we go.
Anything down there, it gets given. You know what it is. Like, we have seen a bit of turn in this pitch today, so you've got to be pretty disciplined with your line.
That was turned around the corner for the second run of the over off the first legitimate ball. Oh! And I hesitate to call that a mis-stumping. But Maddie Villiers certainly beat the bat.
Yeah, it went through everyone, didn't it? I think Mara Carr will be disappointed with herself, but it was
I don't think
slightly
it was
quicker ball and
I don't think it
went
was
through
easy
everyone.
at all. We just watched the
saw some brilliant work earlier by Ellie Threlkeld herself, didn't we?
yes for that stumping. It was tricky. It sort of scuttered through via a pad, I think. And that's played into the leg side. The trouble was for the Sunrisers was that they went on for 4 byes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, wasn't it? Creating opportunities, but I think the game is certainly in the balance here, and it's ready to probably break open one way or the other in the next 5 overs or so.
Yeah, the stumping to remove Grace Scrivens was first rate. And that's just played into the leg side. There is no run. Maddie Villiers not enjoying a lot of luck on this over. Bowled nicely. Seeing if the ball had come out of the footsteps a little kinder. Could well have been a stumping. Instead it was 4 byes. This is slightly overpitched and slapped out into the covers. Nice throw coming in from Eva Gray. Oh, and again, Maddie Villiers has beaten the batter through the air, but Mara Carr hasn't been able to gather the ball. And twice she has been given the charge in that over, and twice. I'm not going to blame Mara Carr particularly because they were both very difficult. The first one particularly, but let's have another look at this one. Well, that was probably slightly easier, but again, it was a leg side take, wasn't it? High up, waist high.
You can guarantee that Mara Carr would have wanted to be taking that, and
To
both of those
bowl at
opportunities she'll be
weekend,
disappointed that
Eva
she
Gray.
wasn't able to execute. And it's an incredibly tough job as a keeper.
Oh, goodness.
Especially when the ball's going down leg side and the batter's right in front of where you want to be tracking. So a really difficult opportunity, but one that she'll be wanting to take, one that in a game as tight as this, that your team needs you to take as well.
Absolutely. That's tucked away into the leg side. We've got a change of bowler. Eva Gray's come back into the attack. Yeah, it was interesting to see Maddie Villiers' reactions as well. The first one, there was no reaction. She knew how difficult it was. Second one, she did look slightly more upset that there wasn't a stumping, which I kind of get.
We've managed to beat the bat twice in an over and not get the just rewards.
Quite so. Eva Gray just popping that up. Outside off stump, but it dips on the batter and she can't really go after it, Katie Mack.
She looked like she took the pace off now, so we're at the point where seamers are going to get their tricks out and try and outfox the batters.
Quicker ball, and that's straight. Yeah, and she's got her. Very clever bowling. The ball before was slow, change of pace, and the next one was fired in straight in front. And although the umpire quite rightly took a second or two to make up his mind, make sure he got the right decision, I think he did. Let's just watch this now.
Katie Mack was LBW to the bowling.
Yeah,
of
straightening.
Eva
Yeah,
Gray,
it's hitting.
33.
Looked about as good as anything there, and I was
Nearly
just
the
going to say,
time.
like, without it's in the nicest possible way, Sophie Munro bowled an absolutely fantastic spell, but apart from a couple of balls, didn't look overly threatening. She was difficult to get away, wasn't she?
Which was handy, so
which
the
really
pressure was
started
built.
to tie the game up a bit more, and that was a really good decision by Grace Scrivens, just to say, look, Sophie, I'm going to save you for later. You're my trump card here. I need what she bowled. 4 or 5 overs in that spell there, probably 5.
I think, yeah.
So I'm going to save you for later. You're my trump card. I'm going to bring my opening bowler back on and see if we can change our luck. And it took Eva 3 balls of the over to do that. So great captaincy by Grace Scrivens, and a great now a chance bringing Naomi Datani to the crease, left-hander. Makes life slightly difficult for you as a bowling and a fielding unit, doesn't it? But again, I think one of the things that we will know as Sunrisers is there's a lot of talent in the Thunder side, but they will know they haven't got a great record chasing big scores.
Yeah, and also I don't think the Sunrisers can complain too much about left-handers. They've got several of their own.
We only have 2, and they just happened to
Okay,
bat for a while.
they
And
did.
it would have been longer if it wasn't for the misfortune of being run out, backing up at the non-striker's end. But yeah, no, it was more a point around, like, you're into their middle order now.
Yeah.
They, like us in previous years, and like us, we're working our way through it. They won't be overly confident chasing a biggish score.
You look at the averages, as in comes Eva Gray's gain, and that's tucked nicely off her toes by Ellie Threlkeld, and they go through for a single. Just looking at Naomi Datani's numbers this year, she's played all 6 matches so far, 54 runs at just under 11 with a high score of 17. A better player than that, we know, but hasn't really got going this year in this format.
Yeah, she didn't play the T20 campaign with a shoulder injury, so she's not been out there and has not been batting, not been bowling. So look, a real chance to turn the screw. Obviously, 2 very, very good cricketers out there in Threlkeld and Datani, who you certainly can't take for granted the situation. We've got to do our job really well, and we've got to keep squeezing. But as the required run rate gets closer to the actual run rate, as DLS at 1 wicket, and all of a sudden it went from being 30 odd ahead to just 10 ahead.
Yep. Yes, you're absolutely right. And when we're looking at just the comparisons as well, 141 for 2 Sunrisers at this stage, 147 for 4. Yeah, you probably accept that. 148 for 4, sorry, missed the last single.
Sorry, what did you say we were at this stage?
At this stage, we're 141 for 2.
Yeah, it's not. If wickets are the most important thing in a game of cricket, then we'll take this situation, and this is now where you earn your money, isn't it? It's squeaky bum time. Who coined that phrase? That was a football phrase, wasn't it?
Sir
Let's get rid of
Alex
it.
Ferguson.
Oh, do you know what? I watched, have you seen it on Amazon? They've got a really good documentary about the 99
the
treble winning
side.
I watched that the other night. I had a riveting Friday night in, just me and the dog, because the other half was away. I had a riveting Friday night. Because I remember that team well. It was kind of at the prime of my latter teenage years.
Okay,
and
yeah.
I remember that team and what they did. And actually, to be honest with you, I didn't realise how much adversity they'd gone through to win that treble. It was far from simple for them. It's for anyone who knows football, you know the fact that they scored the 2 goals that won them the
Oh,
European Cup
in time added on.
in time added on. But the reality is that they did that on a lot of occasions. There was a FA Cup semi-final where they needed a penalty to be saved in added time before a wonder goal from Ryan Giggs. But the point being, like, you have to go through a lot of adversity to come out the other side.
Absolutely. Now, it was funny this year. Someone mentioned squeaky bum time to Pep Guardiola, and he was going, what? So someone had to translate it into Spanish. I can't remember what it is, but he then got it. And that's flicked around the leg side, and there might be a couple here, actually. Should be a couple here.
Should be 2 there.
And Ditani has said, yes, there are. And they go through, regardless of who is... well, also because Villiers is now bowling. They haven't got to fear her arm on the boundary.
She can't field at a deep fine leg, unfortunately. That's probably a bit beyond her powers.
Just. In again. Oh, well bowled. Suddenly, Ditani's eyes lit up. It was a clever piece of bowling. There is a bit of spin. So that is played back. What is your dog?
She's a Labrador.
Lovely.
2.5-ish, a little over 2.5.
Oh,
She's absolutely mad.
still mad. Yeah.
Still mad.
We'll be till 4.
God, everyone says that. Seriously, we got her, and we thought, puppy, going to last about a year, isn't it? Puppy stage, we'll get through it. And then after a few weeks, we'd meet people walking, and they go, "Oh, you got a couple of years until that." And now we get to a couple of years, and anyone you meet goes, "Oh, 3, 4." Then they calm down.
Then they do, genuinely, and then they're really nice. Oh, and that's well played. That is just flicked away into the leg side.
Yeah, that's enough about my dog anyway. If you mention my dog to these girls, they'll laugh at you with a semi-wry smile. She's got up to a few antics whenever I brought her to work. Shouldn't promote bring your dog to work day, but it's nice to be able to bring it if you're training. It's nice to be able to bring the dogs to the training ground and do that. But she's grown up with them. She's been indoors and forgotten that she should go outdoors for some things,
okay,
which has had great entertainment. So that gets remembered. She dragged me down a hill on my front once as she'd made a bid for freedom at a Billericay one day training.
Well, it is Billericay. Sorry, my sister was born in Billericay, so I mustn't be rude. But yes,
she's making a bid for freedom. I'm not sure where she was going, but
Basildon.
The biggest worry was there was a men's second team game going on the other pitch, so I was desperately trying to catch her before she ran onto the pitch. But yeah, she's done a few things. She likes to moan and whine and bark if she's not given attention, but she's actually she's getting better. But if you say to these girls about the dog, they're like, "Oh, the dog."
I know.
Some of them love her. Some of them are like,
well,
"Can you leave her at home, please, boss?"
You're lucky. I nearly had to bring mine in today, as that was hit back to the bowler. There is no run. I was going to ring you and.
So can I look if they're well behaved? What have you got?
I've got now. She is well behaved. She's a 12-year-old cockapoo. So.
I imagine she would have been more than happy under this desk, and I would have been, yes, bring her in, no one will notice.
But then she'd have seen the ball, so there might have been an issue. So I'm glad I didn't have to in the end. Well, Bolden, that's help round the corner. Is there anybody there? Not exactly there, but they managed to get back for 2. Good running. Managed to just play the ball into space on that occasion. Ellie Threlkeld. They just get the 2 runs. You've got to go in a minute, haven't you?
Well, there's a football match on there.
No, I wasn't. I know you have to work.
Well, isn't this working? This is that point. I think we'll give it a couple more overs. Okay. We'll see what stage the game is at, but I probably should go and
prep the dressing room. Yeah. And that is punched up to mid-off. There is no run.
Take my wisdom to someone else and see if it has an impact. But no, the problem is I come up here. It is the best view in the house. I joke every week, but you get to sit up here. We're not quite square on today. We're slightly not too far off. Probably where we're standing is about first slip line, isn't it? From
yeah, and that's punched up to mid-on. Yes, but we're closer to behind the stumps than we can be sometimes.
Yeah,
so
we've
you've
had
got a
ones
really
where
good view.
you need your binoculars, don't
Oh,
you?
absolutely.
So the only downside, as you keep saying, I get up to see where the fielders are. You've got windows that mean you're craning your neck to work out where some of the fielders are and whether the ball goes
Yes,
goes in between them or goes to them.
the long on and long offs and fine legs and third men are difficult, and that is punched straight to the fielder. Cordelia Griffith does the fielding. Good over from Eva Gray. To warm applause from her teammates, because the score has really slowed down in the last couple of overs. 20. How many overs have we now had?
We've had 29.
9,
so
yeah, 29, so 19 left. Suddenly the run rate's beginning to creep up a bit. Need 103.
For the first time in a long time, the required run rate is above the current run rate. So that was our job 10 overs ago, was just to work away and make sure that it was getting closer and we could overtake.
There have just been 8 runs off the last 3 overs, as that is played out into the deep, and that has really put a break on, and these two are doing very well. Maddie
I've
Villiers
noticed
and
is
Eva
if we
Gray.
talk about our dogs and football dynasties a few decades ago, time flies and they don't score runs. So
Maybe we should carry on.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's punched up. Could this be a... Oh, that was so close. So close. Jo Gardner just missing the stumps. We saw a puff of dust.
She hits the stumps from there on a regular basis, so there was a bit of probably a bit of run and hope there, I think, from the pressure that's built up.
That would have been close. Oh, and they're going again, but this time it is...
Two batters at the wrong end.
Oh! I was so busy
let's
looking.
start talking about our dogs, shall we?
Yeah, well, let's carry on.
Yeah.
I got, boy, have I got stories. As that run out comes about through a complete muddle between the two. There was a run there. There was a very simple single there.
I would definitely agree with you. I think Cordelia Griffith, while she got to the ball quite quickly, didn't pick it up cleanly, and she was on the turn to throw it.
Absolutely.
Naomi Datani kept going, and Ellie Threlkeld was determined not to go, and they crossed, and I think for our sake that Threlkeld was a huge wicket to get there. She's looked pretty comfortable despite Sophie Munro's brilliant spell to her. So that's a fantastic.
That's a bonus wicket, that one. But it's the pressure. It's the 8. It's the 8 runs from the previous 3 overs. Feel that they've got to...
The incoming batter is Danny Collins.
Well, we were saying, what we just alluding to there, the run they took to Jo Gardner at what would have been mid-on, because I think it was Threlkeld that took it and ran. That was a risky run. Like if someone of the quality of Jo Gardner, and yes, we've seen her maybe forget to do the first part of the job a couple of times today, but when she gets it right, you've got 3 stumps to aim at from there, so you're risking it. If running to point, they've got to hit.
Yeah.
They've got to hit one. So we've got 2 left-handers out there now, which will Maddie Villiers will be laughing, won't she? Right arm finger spinner. You've got a couple of lefties to bowl at. Wouldn't be surprised if we see either Grace Scrivens or Jo Gardner herself come on relatively soon.
Yeah, there's some nice bowler's footprint marks up at the other end, though Maddie Villiers, of course, bowls down the leg side immediately.
Great ball to the right-hander, that, wouldn't it?
Lovely to the right-hander. Just needs to get her line back for the left-hander. She just snatches the ball, and that is in the right place, but nicely played. And there is a single and a tumble. Hope she's all right.
Yeah, I think that's Kate Coffat just entertaining us all in her own style.
Inimitable style.
It's the kind of word that only commentators can use, isn't it?
Well, and then you have to count to 3 and hope for the best, because you can make a real mess of it. Another single. And this, I have to say, Grace Scrivens has captained this part of the game very well as well. The bowling changes have been good, largely worked. leaning back. That's cut into the offside. There will be another single. And that will be the end of the over. 5 runs from it in the end. 157 for 5 with that run out though. Absolutely crucial.
Yeah, and again, for the first time in the game, we were saying how the required run rate and the run rate had switched over. The Thunder are currently behind DLS. So if DLS is the marker, which I'm slightly sceptical on, because I think the figures that they use is very much skewed towards how the men's game approach 50 over cricket or T20 cricket. So I'm not a big believer in it, but it is a psychological, it's a number that's on the board that you look at, and you know that if you're at DLS, if the clouds do come over, which I guess it could always happen, we've been saying we don't think it will, and the forecast doesn't suggest it's going to today. It's nice to know that you're ahead of it, so that's another tick in our box.
Well, sadly, we lost Mr. Duckworth last week, so
yes,
we're going to have to find someone else to recalibrate it for the women's game.
Yeah.
Eva Gray
hopefully someone with a D surname, otherwise it's going to really ruin things, isn't it?
You're going to get too many letters.
Yeah.
He was a lovely.
Can't have too many more. It went from DL, didn't it, to DLS.
DLS, yeah.
Stern wanted a bit of the party.
But no, he was really nice. I bumped into him. I sat and watched a match with him by accident once. He was a really nice guy. And that is a big, thick outside edge that runs down to third.
Listen, McLeod fielding it down there, just a single.
Good fielding, keeps him down to the 1. Yeah, he was a big cricket fan, which was nice. He wasn't just a stato; he really liked his cricket as well. So
I think to come up with a calculation like that, you have to have a basic, if not a pretty enhanced understanding of the game, don't you? In that, yeah, it can get derision at times within the game, but it's one of the only ways to determine it.
And that is played defensively. I haven't heard many people shout and complain about it, because it's usually as fair as you're going to get.
Yeah, you can't go on run rate, because run rate's not fair, because it doesn't reflect the number of wickets that you've lost. My only issue is that the numbers are very much skewed towards how guys play.
That's really interesting.
Therefore, you will now see it starting to climb, with the assumption that you're going to be hitting 10, 12 and over.
Interesting. And that is, well, rather unconventionally helped round the corner. But it is a single. The ball skitters under poor old Amara Carr's gloves as she goes out to pick it up. Yes, and that probably does need a tweak for the women's game.
We've got the numbers now. I think that's the reality, is that previously there wouldn't have been domestic professional statistics, and I'm very happy for somebody who knows more than me to tell me that I'm talking a load of rubbish here. But
no, I think you've got a point.
When you do look at them, like there was a game earlier this year, we can pull the numbers up, I think it was at Beckenham, funny enough, massively high scoring game. Stars put shed loads on the board. It started to rain, and at a position where if the game had continued, you really wouldn't put much money on Storm winning it.
Yeah.
They were, I think, 6 down, and they needed over 10 and over. Duckworth Lewis said they won.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, yes, I'd have been. That's going to be a wide. Attempted slower ball, didn't come out right. Hasn't happened often for Eva Gray, but on that occasion, just misjudged it slightly.
Yeah, I'm wondering who's going to bowl the next over. So Maddie's bowled 8, and do you keep a couple up your sleeve? I'm not seeing many people warming up, but maybe warming up's a thing of the past. That was for us old-fashioned people who just had to touch your toes a couple of times.
But even the blokes do all sorts of stretching stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, that is the end of Eva Gray's latest over, the 31st. The score has gone up to 162. There are another 5 runs from that over.
And the answer to the question is Matty Villiers is going to continue. Her hat's off. She's coming in, as I said, she's got 2 left-handers to bowl at. You're probably begging your captain to let you stay on, aren't you, at this point? You've got into your rhythm. Yeah, you're right. She's got 2 more, hasn't she? And if nothing else, if through knowing that she's one of the threats with the ball, they're watchful for a couple of overs, those overs are going to go by very quickly. Well, let's see what Maddie Villiers can do. Right arm round the wicket. That is
helped into the leg side. I don't know whether it was by bat or pad, but they only have one. We will find out from the umpire. There must have been a little bit of bat on it. Maddie Villiers figures currently. 8 overs, 0 for 47.
She's bowled better than that, hasn't she?
She has. It's been much more. It doesn't tell the whole. There are lies, damn lies, and
Cricket stats.
Yeah. And that is. Though she did have those 2 expensive overs in her first spell, and they're probably what's.
Yeah. And
there were a couple of 11s.
A spinner being asked to bowl in the power play with 2 set batters it's a tough ask. She'll never shy away from it.
So that is just jabbed into the covers. So if you take away the 2 overs that went for 22, she's bowled 6 overs for 26.
Not bad, is it?
Which is, I think, rather more what we've seen in this second spell. That's nice air. Lovely bowl.
Yeah, she induced the run out in the previous over. It would be nice for us to get a figure in her wickets column. Watched Kate Kopak. She went for 1 in that over.
Brilliant.
Which, in the context of the game, where you're trying to squeeze, trying to get that gap, and all of a sudden the required run rate's knocking on 6 and over.
Well, after 26 overs, it was 144 for 3. There have been 19 runs in 6 overs and 2 wickets. So a really good spell here for the Sunrisers.
I'm going to look to see if we can dry it up with spin at each end. Again, right arm finger spin, right arm off spinner. With 2 left-handers at the crease, it's the kind of thing you want, isn't it? You can get your line right, you've got a chance of beating the outside edge and bringing the keeper into play. So Joe Gardner coming on at the Graham Gooch end, I believe. I see you've been doing your homework and you've remembered which end is which.
There you go.
Thank you very much, announcer.
Right arm round, and that's down the leg side and will be a wide. Because we did see how well Thunder used their spinners earlier as well.
Yeah, they did. Left arm spinners as well are just so difficult to play. The lack of pace on the ball, the lack of, we probably didn't play them brilliantly, if we're totally honest with ourselves. But we didn't execute our plan against them. But that said,
and that turned out to be a full toss in the end, but not a bad one, because
no damage, straight to mid off.
And it was dipping on Datani by the time she hit it as well. They scramble a run.
Joe Gardner hasn't bowled a huge amount this year. She's a very good spin option for us. And that's unfortunate, getting a thick edge.
Yeah, that's going to go, I think, all the way. Not entirely meant, but these two really have put the bowling currently has put the brakes on, even given that for, just looking at Datani's 7 runs from 19 deliveries.
Yeah, that 4's helped Danny Collins get into her work a bit more comfortably.
Danny Collins just plays that out into the leg side nicely. There is a single. Datani's a bit slow taking off, but there was always a run there. Oh, big LB shout. Joe Gardner looks a bit baffled by that. Let's
I
see.
have a feeling that Naomi Tiny probably thought she was out and didn't bother running. Like, there was an easy leg by down to down to third man there, wasn't there? But great way to finish the over, and again, it shifts the pressure ever so slightly back on the.
Let's have a little look. It's on or around leg stump.
Hitting
I
her
can
on leg stump.
see.
You're asking if it's going to straighten. I guess it's.
Yeah, I can see why it's not given.
Yeah. It could be given either way, and you probably don't have a huge amount of complaints with either of them.
Exactly.
Well, obviously, depending on which side you're on. I think that was stone dead, and it should have been given. But there you go.
Well, I'm going to play the honest broker there. I can see why the batter was given the benefit of the doubt. And that is just chipped up into the air on the leg side, but falls well short of Grace Scrivens, but not a convincing shot on this occasion. That's better, punched out into the covers. Maddie Villiers in her presumably penultimate over.
That's the final over.
It is a final over, you're right.
1.2 bowled, so
Yeah,
she
yeah,
deserves a wicket here. Come on, Maddie.
Oh, and that hurries up.
That might have been coming straight back at her there. She's asking questions. Something's going to happen here, Guy. What is it?
You're usually right. I don't dare predict. We're not talking about dogs, so
No.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Who was I think it was Kevin I sat here with in the last game, Kevin Hand, and we started talking about putting a Mento in a Coke bottle. Apparently that
What, like a message in a bottle?
fizzes up massively.
Oh,
and
a Minto.
A Mento, yeah, like a
Okay.
mint.
I was thinking you were talking about message in a bottle. No.
No, a Mento in a Coke bottle, and that yeah, like when the game's evenly poised, that at some point it's going to
Oh,
and explode.
nice.
So I'm waiting for the Mento in the Coke bottle moment now.
The Mento moment. And that was the most straightforward defensive you'll ever see in your life, so it wasn't then. But there were just 2 runs from the final over from Maddie Villiers.
She's pulled her figures back brilliantly. As you say, 2 of those overs went for 22, so for her 10 to go for 50,
Yeah.
she does deserve something in the final column. But she's done a brilliant job for the team. She induced the slightly confused run out a couple of overs ago of trail curled.
She did. And has just put the brakes on in these last few overs, and the run rate continues to climb a bit. 27, 57, 82 runs needed.
Yeah, very nearly 6 and over now.
From 14 overs, yeah.
Yeah, they are slightly ahead of DLS, so I'm really not sure what Duckworth
They're
and his
back
mates
ahead
are
of
doing.
DLS,
Yeah.
are they? Oh, it's the lack of wickets. One more wicket and it'll
Yeah.
collapse again. That's what it is. Need another wicket.
Yeah.
But it's not going to rain, so it doesn't. But I see what you're saying. You're getting an idea of where we are in the match.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Joe Gardner continue. She gives that some nice air. Datani plays it pretty nicely in the end. But again, it's only for 1. And that's guided, but straight. Oh, and there should be a run out now, and is a run out now. It was a mad.
Oh, Naomi Datani's having fun out there, isn't she?
She really has just. I don't think Danny Collins will be buying her a drink later, because there was never a run there. Datani called it, but there was never a run there.
Yeah, if I'm honest, there might be a couple of fielders that you possibly could have done that to. I wouldn't have done it to Jodie Grucock, who, complete credit to Jodie, she had the presence of mind to pick that one up and realise that the bowler's end was the right end to go to, and to make sure that she got it into Joe Gardner's hands to finish the work. So huge amount of credit to Jodie for being calm under
Danny
pressure
Collins
there.
was run out for 12.
Yeah, because
Incoming batter is Tara Norris.
Tara Norris can whack a ball. Who have we got left in their lineup? Tara Norris, Phoebe Graham can hit a ball. We keep doing our job well here, girls.
yeah, well, it's just keeping the pressure on at the moment, and then what have we got? Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris to finish up. But it's just that it's the run pressure that's causing the problems, isn't it? It's going. That's the second daft run out.
Yeah, like I said earlier, and we know this quite well from our experience. When you haven't successfully chased big scores down, then it becomes difficult. It becomes really difficult for you. You find yourself almost playing yourself out of it, don't you? So
I remember the Sunrisers 3 seasons ago,
yeah,
when they were having trouble to win a match.
It's definitely not any kind of comment on them as a
oh,
side,
exactly.
because we've been there, and you find a way to almost talk yourself out of winning a game. So look, that's what we need as Sunrisers out there to be playing on now. We need to be making sure that they know how difficult it is to score these. Oh, it's changed over. I don't know how many it is. These runs that they need 80 now, 79 now. 4 wickets
20,
in hand,
25 and 55, they need 80. So if there was another single that hasn't gone up yet, 79. Because they need 255 with the Duckworth Lewis rather than the 254.
Yes. Again, we're not even going to pretend that we know why.
Oh,
that was a brilliant effort by Eva Gray, wasn't it?
That was just such a tempter to Eva Gray. It was chipped up by Datani, and Eva Gray will be cross because she actually managed to get a hand to it, but understandably with elbows clattering into the ground couldn't hold on to it.
Just a tiny bit short of her, wasn't it? Brilliant fielding there to back it up. It just fell just short, and one that wasn't quite there for you.
No. She gave it her all to try and stop it. I was just going to say, oh, here's a replay of the possible catch.
Just short.
No,
just
it was
short.
on the half volley, wasn't it?
I think it's fair to say that that would have been very difficult for even Matty Villiers and her amazing ability to dive forward and take catches. But really good over 3 from it, I think, from Jo Gardner there. So once again, starting to, with the wicket, Duckworth, Lewis and Stern have swapped over. Required run rate's now above 6.
At the same point, Sunrisers were 184 for 5.
There you go. This game is evenly poised, isn't it?
Yeah, there's still work to be done, but you're right. I've seen teams in many sports who, when they hit a patch where they forget how to win, they put themselves in great positions and then find ways to lose. Yeah.
In another segue to my sporting viewing over the last couple of days, I was watching the women's Eastbourne final yesterday. I know nothing about tennis really. It's a brilliant sport to watch, like huge, like the phenomenal athletes. But the eventual winner, this is her 5th or 6th final in a row that she hadn't won in those 5 or 6. So all the talk by the commentators as they take a quick single through the offside, all the talk from the commentators was, is she going to get the monkey off her back? She's lost 5 in a row. It's the first question she got asked at the end. Katsakina or something like that, I think. But it gets talked about at whatever level sport you play at.
Absolutely right. That's just dropped a bit short by Grace Scrivens and is swatted away well. In fact, it's gone all the way down the slight slope for 4, and Naomi Datani did rather well to get that because the ball didn't get up very much, and she managed to just adjust and slap the ball through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, it's the first 4 in a decent while, isn't it?
Yes, it's Datani's first.
Aside from Danny Collins' thick edge off of Jo Gardner. Actually, it wasn't that thick, it was quite thin, but was enough on it.
Naomi Datani's first boundary, coming off the 30th ball she had faced. Scrivens half started to run, then had to stop it, umpire saying dead ball. Nice bounce from Scrivens.
Again, The left-handers keep coming down here. I know Phoebe Graham's right-handed. The two left-arm spinners at the bottom of the order. I wonder if...
Oh, and that's dropped. It was hit very hard, but it was also hit very straight to Jodie Grewcock. And she'll be disappointed with that.
She'll be very disappointed with that. She's got good hands out there. But yeah, if you keep creating chances, then you know you're in the game, don't you? So
yeah,
you can't let too many go. But we've seen chances at mid-wicket. Both of the last 2 overs. First one off Joe Gardner that fell just short of Phoebe Graham, and that one that went in and out of Jodie Grewcock.
Yeah, that would have put a very different inflection on that over if there'd been 7 down. And that's just guided out into the offside for another single, one of many for Naomi Datani. But it was almost, that was a weird one because Grewcock looks as if she'd caught it really. So we're just going through the scorecard again up on the screen. Oh!
That was an even weirder one.
Why?
Didn't look like it fell that short of Lissy
I
McLeod.
thought she could have gone.
And whether there was a confusion that Amara Carr was coming for it or not, but it was definitely Lissy McLeod's catch that. And
Yeah, she just stopped.
would have almost been a carbon copy of the wicket that Jodie Grewcock got earlier.
Yeah, it was funny. She literally only had another yard to go.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. We'll try and be entertaining. I'm not sure that's what we meant.
No, don't need to. Need to start taking some of these chances, just to keep the screws on.
Yeah, so it's great to be creating chances, but like there's 2 out of those 3 that we should be taking.
Yeah,
Those will be some disappointed players in themselves. We've got to put that behind us, and we've now got to wait for the next one that comes. Make sure we're ready, and we're not dwelling on that.
Well, that was what was good in many ways for Eva Gray. Was the very next ball she pulled up a brilliant piece of fielding, and immediately, not that hers wasn't the real chance, the other 2 have been the chances. She did well to even get diving forward to very nearly take the half volley.
You're putting yourself on the line if that pops a bit, so she was incredibly brave there. I think the 2 will be disappointed with themselves at the moment.
Yes, it did seem as if Grewcock had actually got the ball, and then it suddenly, as if she was almost celebrating before the ball was caught, and that's a good diving, tumbling stop. Very well fielded in the end.
Restricted them just to the 1.
Well done, skipper leading from the front with that fielding, and then has to make her all the way from deepish mid-on to go and bowl an over. So at the end of that, it's 184 for 6, so just 2, or were there 3 in the end of that over?
There's 1 extra in there somewhere. That last one went for 1, didn't it? So 187 for 6. Like, run rate's creeping. It's 6.2 at the moment. So it's...
I'd still suggest the Sunrisers need a wicket or 2.
11 to go. A wicket would be very nice. And yeah.
You're missing the helping
I'm
out in
my
the
really, really helpful tactical advice that I'll be
exactly.
given on the bench, but it's not like anyone involved in cricket to be slightly superstitious and think that I shouldn't leave where I'm sat, is it?
No, because no one in sport is ever superstitious.
No.
That would just be silly. And that's good fielding of her own bowling by Grace Scrivens. That's punched backward a square, but straight to the fielder. That's played slightly on the up, but straight to the fielder again, who whips the ball in.
So what's going to happen here? I've seen 3 dot balls.
Yeah, there's a chat between the batters, presumably to say, we need some runs. But where are they going to come from? Grace Scrivens is bowling very tidily. She's got a field well placed. And they decide they will go for the single, and that draws the slight error from Jo Gardner, but only in the sense that she couldn't try and run them out rather than there was a major problem. It was always going to be one, I think.
Yeah, once they decide, I think they decided that if you were hitting anyone on the ring, we're going to go now.
Tara Norris eventually switches round, and that's short and smashed away. But there is
The difference being it's your
Maddie
favourite
DeVilliers.
fielder out there.
Look at that throw! It's
I
just
feel like Guy's got a guy might be in love here.
cricket crush.
Cricket crush. Well, that's a new phrase. Let's stick to sporting dynasties and pet dogs.
Yeah, no, and it's just I love watching good fielding. Doesn't matter who it's by. At the moment, Maddie Villiers is fielding really nicely. And that is a really good over. And I have to say, Danny Warren next is getting a little excited now.
Helping the run rate creep up is one thing. I'm a little bit nervous after a couple of chances went, because if you give someone an inch, they take a yard, don't they? But the pressure that's being put on at the moment is certainly because the run rate's now 6.6. There's 10 overs to go, so I could have done that maths really, couldn't I? 66 needed to win.
Exactly.
Up, Danny.
No, it's good. It's good. So we are 10 overs to go. And that's just short and plunked out into the deep distances. And there will just be the one. How many overs has Gardner got left?
Quite a few. She only bowled her first
Oh,
one
yeah.
after
She's
Phoebe
fine.
Graham came on. So
She's fine. So
I'm not sure we're going to see a spin at both ends for much longer.
it's doing a good job at the moment.
Sophie Monroe's tank.
And that
Eva Gray's still got, I think, 4 to go, 3 to go. You're the one.
Eva Gray has 3 to go.
Sophie Monroe has 5 to go. So
exactly.
Those two are not going to finish the game off if they wait for too much longer.
Really bowling nicely. That's a poor mistake though, and
the fielding at the moment isn't quite complementing the bowling in the way that I think the fielding probably shone at the beginning, while our bowling wasn't fantastic.
Yeah,
so
no, and that was Sophie Monroe's, who's been good so far, but
she
just
controlled it further than I can kick it.
That was what Frank Worthington said that about Kevin Campbell, didn't he? He can trap it further than I could kick it. And that's
Probably needs just a little bit of composure out there now, girls.
Yep, because the bowling is
good.
good.
Bit of pinball going on here. We don't need to do anything different.
No, just keep them to singles. If they're going to take them, don't give them overthrows. In again, down the wicket. That's played back to the bowler, who does really well off her own bowling, well fielded. Jo Gardner. Well, there's a shout for LB, but I think that was probably missing leg. We can look at the replay, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't. And that's the end of another very tidy over, just the 3 from it. 192 for 6.
Well,
so
you're doing that. That's crept up to 7 and over, so
yeah.
It's 9 to go. Got at least another over of spin before they turn to some death bowling. How long can you eke it out for?
Well, yeah, but at the moment, the lack of pace is doing for these two. You feel as if someone was bowling quicker at them, they might actually enjoy it a bit more. Whereas at the moment, they're having to make everything happen. Grace Scrivens, it is in again, and she dives brilliantly. Good bowling, good fielding. Captain leading the way again. Checking the score. So that's pulled away, but again straight to the fielder, where Jo Gardner just waits and says, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the spin at the end of their innings. So They turned back to seam at one end of seam from the 41st over when Tara Norris came back on.
Yep.
Well, she didn't really.
They kept spin on.
I think they kept spin on at one end for most of it. So I'm actually looking here. It was Jones at one end, Norris at the other for quite a considerable amount of time, and they rotated one end of spin. Spin twins kind of fell away midway through the sort of 34, 35 overs into the game, and they turned to seam towards the end.
Grace Scrivens to continue, going back across the stumps and punching it into the leg side, but there'll still only be a single. Good fielding again. Still 0-0 in the football for those of you who have stuck with us. Slovakia have gone close apparently.
The great thing about technology is there's probably multiple screens.
Oh yeah,
multiple things that you could be watching at home. I know if I was sat at home right now, I'd have this on one screen. I'd have the football on another.
The other.
I'd probably be following something else on something else. No better way to spend a Sunday, is there?
No, well, outside playing. Sunday evening, I'm with you. Grace Scrivens in again, and she gives that air, and that's launched back over the head. One bounce for 4. Well, we've had to wait a while, but it's finally come. And that was the last ball of Grace Scrivens over, and I wonder if Danny is right. That brings up the 200 as well. 201 for 6 after 40 overs. Which means another 65 are required from 8 overs. Is that right? 54, no, 50.
60 required. Is that right?
No, they've just hit a 6, which I don't think has gone up. Oh, 4. It was a 4.
One bounce 4, I think.
It was a one bounce 4, you're right, 199.
So
56 required. Of 8. So exactly 7 and over. And they take 2 off the first ball of Joe Gardner's next over.
I would be surprised if we saw Grace Scrivens again from this end. I think we might see a change of pace up here.
No, she's bowled nicely, 3 overs for 15.
Done a brilliant job in the middle there, hasn't she?
Just a bit of air swung out into the deep, where Flo Miller is on patrol. There will only be a single. Another of the players to whom you don't really take a second. Danny Collins will be coming in at some stage. Tara Norris in. Danny Collins, of course, was run out. She was the last one to fall. That's punched off the back foot. Picked up in a follow through. No run. When does Tara Norris go big? Well, now she clips that out into the leg side. They should get 2. They do get 2. And Kate Kopak out there fields nicely. Slides in, sits on its, but there were always 2, and recovers quickly and gets a nice throw in.
She managed to dissect the 2 fielders out there, which gave them a chance to come back for the second.
There's a swipe outside off stump. It was quite wide outside off stump, but as Danny says, there's a blue line there.
Yeah, I couldn't see the blue line from here. As America, I did have to go across and obscured our view a bit. She did great work.
That might be a wide down the leg side, sadly, and is.
Good work again by America behind the stumps.
Quicker ball and one bounce to the fielder at the 45, and now they go for another weird single, and in the end Naomi Datani says no, and Tara Norris goes back.
There's something really weird going on here, Guy. There's a bit of Feels like there's a tiny little bit of complacency going on out there, isn't there? In the field of, I'm not sure.
What, the Sunrisers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel a little bit like there's, like that intensity is not quite there in the field. That there's a couple. It's got a bit messy. The pitball pinballs around a little bit, and this is a very clever tactic to get them to run themselves out again. It could be a brilliant tactic. And I said I'd be very surprised, and I am very surprised.
Because Grace Scrivens is to continue with Seamers with wickets in hand. And that's...
Another one. It's doing a lot off the pitch, isn't it?
It is.
That came through almost at neck height to Amara Carr.
Was it another missed opportunity?
I'm not sure if Tanya actually left her crease. Or
No, I'm not quite sure. We're just having a look at the
I think they're
replay.
I think they're asking the physio to run on and just check that Amara Carr's okay, because it may have come up.
It did. It spat up and hit her on her shoulder.
On the head, but yeah, it didn't look like it hit her on the head. But the umpires are.
It might have rolled up onto the helmet.
Are getting the physio to run out. Check the helmet's okay. Cursory look, still in one piece.
Well, if it did, it ran up her arm onto the helmet, so it wasn't a biggie.
Do you know what? This could be a nice tactical time-out. Did you watch the World Cup final yesterday? And the tactical moment where Rishabh Pant had his knee strapped that put the brakes on the South Africa chase.
No, I didn't.
I wasn't watching it. I was listening on the radio while I was walking the dog, funnily enough. And there was, the South Africa were well in the driving seat, weren't they? They needed to run a ball.
I couldn't believe it. I looked at it and kind of left because I thought, well, they'll knock off their 25 from 24 easy.
Well, South Africa, and they, Rishabh Pant decided at one point that he needed his knee strapping. So he's had issues, and it's great to see him back playing cricket. But post that came the big collapse.
There was another example, wasn't there, in the semi with the match before the quarter-final with Afghanistan, and suddenly
there wasn't a moment where almost comically they tried to go down with a hamstring something, and like it slipped, like looked like they'd been shot or something. I haven't seen that one.
And there was time running out, so they knew that because they were already on the edge of the number of overs you could have, and Duckworth Lewis was being involved. But yeah, there have been a little bit of professional injuries. Well, Grace Scrivens is to continue after something that certainly wasn't a professional injury. It was, however, a very tough possible stumping opportunity, in the sense that Tatani was out of her crease, but the ball rolled up and would have been an impossible take for Amara Carr behind the stumps. She's had 3 wicked deliveries when players have come down and missed to deal with Amara Carr, and that is played defensively back to Grace Scrivens. So 50 more runs are required. That's punched back to the bowler again. There is no run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 overs in the remaining balls from this. So 39 balls to score 50, and that's up in the air and falls safe. Thought for a second that was going to be chipped to a fielder in the infield, but it fell between Eva Gray and Jodie Grewcock. Neither of them had a realistic chance of getting there. Only a single in the end. Grace Scrivens to continue, and this is again desperately close to the diving Eva Gray, but it's gone for 4, and literally they've just moved Eva Gray. They've just moved that section of fielders round, and there would have been someone to cut off that 4 a moment ago. As it is, is it a 6?
No, I think he's waiting for the ball.
Oh, he's waiting for the ball.
Don't panic. It was definitely 4, because we saw it rolling along the ground, and I actually thought for a minute that Joe Gardner might have anticipated that phenomenally and cut it off from coming over from long off. But yeah, that was a big ask really for anyone. And
she nearly did too. Just seeing the replays.
Yeah, great anticipation there, but unfortunately that took the pressure ever so slightly out of Thunder. If we got out of that over with a single off that last ball, or if a wicket would have been even better, then it would have started to feel tighter and tighter. So
To return at the Graham Gooch end,
a wicket
Phoebe
is
Graham.
really needed now, Guy.
Yes, you do get that feeling that it is required. We now have pace returning. However, it's still a big ask because neither of these, it's getting harder and harder. So how many runs are now required? 46 from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 46 from 36 balls. And into the attack comes Eva Gray.
I think it's 44 the board says. So,
Oh, 44
yeah,
or 36.
211
Yeah.
off 6, so we've
That's because
broken-
I'm 2 runs behind.
We've broken the spin twins up. Yeah, I'm not as diligent as you. I haven't written it down. I just crane my head out and see what's written on the board outside.
Every so often I get the scoreboard is rightly making sure it gets it right, but is slightly slower. And that is heaved into deep mid-on area, and they go through for 2. The throw is a decent one. Eva Gray can't take it, but there are people making sure they are backing up, but they do take 2. Eva Gray again. It's going to be tight, this finish. Slower ball, and that's just chipped up into the air, but it's going to fall safe again.
Look, you've got to rue some of the chances that have been genuine opportunities. There were two, a couple of. Let's be generous. At least one missed stumping.
Yes,
there was
I would go. The second one was a
drop
missed
catch
stumping,
and a catch that wasn't gone for that really should have been gone for. So, like at the moment, we're having to take more wickets than creating more chances to take the wickets. So we keep being disciplined. Chances are coming. We've got to take one very soon.
Definitely are, and that's driven. That's 4. That's a really lovely shot. There's a bit of width on that occasion from Eva Gray. Kicks the ground in frustration because she knows that wasn't the best ball, particularly with the field she's got set. Once it was past mid-off, that was always going to be a boundary. Poor old Grace Scrivens has to climb in, I think, to the stand to get the ball back. Eva Gray, though, quickly into the next delivery. And that's smacked away. And Cordelia Griffiths gets something on it, and I think that probably took some of the pace off, as well as probably most of her finger, but she seems okay. And it did just slow it down enough for the fielder behind her to keep them down to 2. But at the moment, Tatani is just showing signs that she's speeding things up.
It's been an expensive over so far, hasn't it? Got to get out of this now.
But again, it's sometimes that extra pace that's dabbed into the covers, and there's no run.
Got out of it, great finish. Dot to finish. 9 from, I think, by my maths.
So 220 for 6. There were 9, which is pretty much what's required. 35 now from 5 overs, so 7 and over. 35 from 30 balls.
For those multitaskers, Slovakia have scored.
Of
So
course they
someone
have.
in the sweepstake will be really happy. The rest of the country
It's
may
funny,
not be.
I was England are always rubbish in qualifying groups, so I wasn't panicking at all.
Yeah, you don't get a second shot
But
at
now-
it
but
now,
now-
so
but
we
now
might
I'm-
have to score a goal now.
I know,
It's
which
dangerous, isn't it?
To bowl for Alistair Cookend, Sophie Munro.
now interestingly, Sophie Munro, who's bowled all her overs from the Graham Gooch end, is now switched to the Sir Alistair Cook end.
I think Eva Gray bowled all of her overs from the far end as well, the Graham Gooch end. So one of them was going to have to take a new end, weren't they? Look, I'll take heart from. She bowled a brilliant spell at the end of our last T20 here. We played Storm 10 days ago, I think. In that she got a brilliant spell then from this end. So that's hope she's buoyed by that.
35 off 30, that's the sum. And Munro to bowl. Oh, and that's just launched and is caught. What a brilliant catch. Diving, sliding in on her knees. Joe Gardner it was, down at long on. And I have to say, I think every supporter's heart was in their mouth as she slid on her knees. Can she cling on? And she did. Brilliant
It was the harder of the lot, wasn't it?
That was the hardest of them.
She had to judge that. She's taken a few beauties this year, but she was the first one to admit that there have been times when she's not met her own high standards. So, she judged that brilliantly, made sure that she had everything underneath it as she got her hands there and the rest of her body was there to help her on the way. So, yeah, a really, really big wicket in the context of the game. Tara Norris is very dangerous if she gets going, as is Naomi Datani, who is still out there and joined now. We've got a right-hand, a left-hander combination to manage here.
Well, second wicket for Munro and a deserved wicket.
Yeah, that spell she bowled just after drinks. I don't know, what was it? 2 overs, 3 overs just after drinks was absolutely brilliant. She got nothing for it, but absolutely brilliant, and probably did really start to turn the tide in this game. In that the run rate started to get closer. They were ahead of it up until that point.
Well, Phoebe Graham coming in at number 9 to join Naomi Datani. Scrivens just races past. Little word to Sophie Munro. What a start to her over. That's up in the air again. She could be on a hat-trick now. She is on a hat-trick now. And that was Cordelia Griffith running in, wasn't it, for that one?
It was Cordelia Griffith. She, again, one of the simpler ones that's gone in the air today, but we can't take anything for granted. And you know the thing about Sophie Munro, she's obviously been with us now on loan for the T20 competition and now into this block of the 50 overs. She's unflappable. She has so much belief in her ability that if there's anyone you're going to chuck a ball to in a tough situation, she...
And she's obviously really enjoying her cricket here as well.
Yeah, we like to think so. You can see a smile on her face, and that's all you want. Obviously, she's come in, she's fitted into the group absolutely brilliantly, and it's no accident when you enjoy what you're doing, you get the just rewards, don't you? So, that's well, while there's a long way to go, it's smashed the game right open there, Guy.
Well, 2 in 2.
They must have heard the Slovakia were leading.
Okay.
Wanted to get off the pitch to watch
England's comeback.
To be honest, with a very, very, very proud Scott as our head coach.
Oh, really?
I'm probably certain that he's got a smirk as big as Hadrian's Wall at the moment.
Oh well. They were.
So it could be his instructions. Get this done. I want to watch you all crying.
You've all got to watch England. Well, Sophie Munro on a hat-trick. And she'll be bowling to Hannah Jones. Hannah Jones cuts it away very nicely on the back foot for 1. So there will be no hat-trick for Sophie Munro, but nicely bowled.
Let's
indeed.
Be honest, two wickets in 2 balls is a brilliant return from that situation.
So Grace Scrivens just busy moving people around as the sun bathes us here now at the Cloud County ground. Right arm round the wicket. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. If she'd left it, it would have been a wide.
What a catch, Amara Carr. She'll have been berating herself for a couple of the stumpings earlier on, but to take that is absolutely phenomenal. What a brilliant catch. And you'll have to forgive me, guys, it's got nothing to do with watching the football, but I feel I ought to make my way down there towards the team now. I'm not 100%, I'm not saying this is over, but I want to live out the pain with everyone if that's required.
Go.
Thank you for your company.
Danny, thank you as always for yours, but you need to go. Danny Warren then with Thunder now 9 wickets down.
Is Sophie Morris.
And what an over this is from Sophie Munro. 3 wickets so far. Datani the latest go for 36. And 220 for 6 becomes 221 for 9 in the space of 4 deliveries from Sophie Munro. What a performance. She now has the figures of 4 for 24. There are still 2 balls left of her 6th over. Just signed an extension on her loan. Not for money, at the Sunrisers. And that is played back to her. There will be a few fielders who will be breathing a slight sigh of relief that a few missed chances earlier on in the innings at the moment may not be costing. However, before we get too excited, and that's just helped round the corner, and they go for a very quick single and decide, you know what, the fielders, they can have that one. So 2 runs, 3 wickets. What an over that is. $222 for 9. However, it must be mentioned that so were the Sunrisers. 220 for 9, and they got up to 254. So at the moment the maths are as follows: 33 are needed off 4 overs, so 33 of 24 with just 1 wicket in hand. Hannah Jones and Sophie Morris, 2 batters. And in comes Eva Gray, and that's flicked in to the leg side, and they go for a single. .32 runs required from 23 deliveries. As Hannah Jones takes it on and punches it up to mid-on. There is no run. Ooh. What happened to Eva Gray? She's gone down clutching a thigh. Is this some cramp? Hope it's only cramp. She finished bowling the delivery and is now in serious pain. It does look as if it's cramp. Cordelia Griffiths is just bending the foot. Some water is being brought out as well by Abtahar Maqsood. Here comes the physio. There's water as well for the 2 batters. And a word from base camp. So at the moment, just waiting to try and get Eva Gray back moving again. think it's cramp. And well, just with the game building to a climax, we've got a bit of a stall in proceedings. There is lengthy conversations going on as well with two remaining Thunder batters after that 3-wicket haul for Sophie Munro in her over. Continuing to stretch that hamstring of Eva Gray's. Grace Scriven looks as if she quite knows what to do with the situation, understandably. Strange. Still we wait. Still there is further treatment. Surely if she can't continue, she can't continue. So I think they're actually calling possibly for a stretcher. Something has happened to poor old Eva Gray. I thought it was just cramp, but at the moment her leg shows no sign of getting better. So poor old Eva Gray now being helped off. Someone else will have to come in and finish her over. She's only bowled 2 overs of that, her 9th over. She's taken 1 for 42. She's now actually moving unaided, but still looking very uncomfortable. It might not be cramp, she may have pinged something by the looks of things. So a chat is going on as to who will finish her over. It looks as if it might be Jodie Grucock, who's getting the low 5 from a skipper, Amara Carr, who just made sure that Eva Gray was all right.
To complete the over, Jodie Grucock.
So Grucock in to finish. So Jodie Grucock will be bowling to Hannah Jones. And that's cut away. Oh, and there was nearly a run out as Sophie Morris went for a single that wasn't there, and Cordelia Griffith had successfully fielded the ball. There was no sign of Hannah Jones wanting to run. Hannah Jones slaps this again straight to Cordelia Griffith, and again there's no run. Hannah Jones can't quite believe she's managed to pick the fielder out twice. Jodie Grucock going well. A little bit of air on that one, and it's cut away backward of square. Decent stop from Kate Kopak. They can only get the single, so this will be the final ball of the 45th over. And that is smeared nowhere. Goes about a foot in front of it. End of a very good over that was started by Eva Gray and finished by Jodie Grucock, and at the end of which 2 runs have been scored, and it's 224 for 9. So 31 required from 3 overs from 18 balls, with just the 1 wicket in hand. And it will be Sophie Munro who will be bowling again. Again has a word with Grace Scrivens, now is ready to go. Bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, fresh from a 3 wicket over last time out. Oh, nice, just takes the pace off a little, and there's a swish and a miss outside off, and it's yet another dot ball. After a pretty bright start, 63 without loss, 100 for 1. Thunder will probably be pretty disappointed not to have got a bit closer, though they still do have the wicket in hand, and that's up in there. This should be the end of the match, and is the end of the match, because Grace Scrivens has taken the most wonderful catch and ensured that Sophie Munro finishes with 5 wickets. Sophie Munro finishes with 5 for 25 as the final wicket falls. And that is absolutely brilliant. Jones is the person who goes. Caught by the skipper. And that is a 5th win out of 7 in this competition for Sunrisers. They continue to, well, set the pace in the competition. They're looking for a top 4 place to go through to the semis.
Sophie Munro, 6.2 overs, 5 for 25.
And you just heard that, 6-2 overs for Sophie Munro, 5 for 25. Absolutely brilliant. So, what a terrific game as the teams congratulate one another.
Sunrisers won by 30 runs using the DLS method.
And a victory of 40 runs. Will play well as well with the net run rate, and a good victory in the end for the Sunrisers. Several times they looked as if they were slipping up in their innings after a fantastic start from Grace Scrivens and Jo Gardner, but good work at the death from Sophie Munro, and Kate Kopak got them up to a competitive total, and then Sophie Munro carried on the good work with the ball. She got plenty of good support as well. There were 2 for 38 from Grucock, Jodie Grucock, who bowled really nicely. A wicket as well for Eva Gray. Several other bowlers were very tight. Scrivens, Gardner, all bowled well. And both sides, nice to see. Saying well played. And the Thunder, well, they'll know they had chances. They started well with the bat after fighting back with the ball earlier on, and that last wicket partnership of 30 plus for the Sunrisers eventually proving effectively the difference between the two teams. Thunder, though, now have 2 wins and 5 defeats in their 7 matches in this competition. And that, as they say, is pretty much that. We hope you've enjoyed this afternoon's coverage. from the match that has seen the Sunrisers on their home turf at Chelmsford. Just going through the Thunder scorecard there. Lamb batted well, Smale 2, Mack. Tatani showed as it looked as if she was just speeding up after a slow start, because she was brilliantly caught by down the leg side by Carr to give Munro her 4th wicket of 5 that she picked up in the end. And you can see that that 3-wicket over really did for Thunder as they were heading towards the conclusion of their innings. But as I say, they gave themselves a chance, just couldn't quite go on and take the opportunity. Sunrisers will be delighted Sophie Munro has extended her loan period with the club. 20 runs and 5 wickets. A hugely important contribution in the context of the match. A couple of run-outs as well in that scorecard. Neither of which Thunder will want to watch again. Naomi Datani involved in both. As Threlkeld, the skipper, well, she went for 22. Just looking at the Sunrisers' bowling figures now. Dominated by that effort from Sophie Munro. 6.2 overs, 5 for 25. Absolutely magnificent. We were saying in commentary alongside Danny Warren that she bowled very well without much luck in her first spell, but she made up for it in a second, grabbing 4 wickets in the space of 8 balls to wrap up the Thunder innings. All done here at the Cloud County ground. Sunrisers win by 30 runs. Duckworth-Lewis method having made 253 in their 48 overs after we had some rain earlier today, bowled out 3 balls shy of their 48 overs. And then the Thunder set a target of 255 to win, all out 224. So Sunrisers win by 30 runs and continue to fly high at the top of the table.